I don't know why that doesn't, I don't get those alerts through the new chat client. Hopefully everything works right now. Check in on it in a minute. All right, where did the old circuit board go for this speaker? We've got an amp on this board that actually works. I don't want to look at that today. Actually, it's kind of cold. It's rainy out today. Rainy, cold day. Put the fan on circulate mode, just facing it straight up. Then when I get too hot, I can get mad. Oh man, gotta make sense of some of the stuff that I'm working on. Ba-bam! Father, why don't you just do this other thing? Why don't you just do this? Why don't you just? Getting a lot of that lately. Getting a lot of that lately. Ow! But I run my arm into something. Is this thing powered the whole time? Oh no, I unplugged the wall wart. Okay. Let me get the synthesizer out of here because we're not really gonna need it initially. Although, no, we're not gonna need it initially. The scope may not become useful until later. I found out I need to have it refresh the page every time I go to the scene that has it on there. So I go here, I've had it refresh, and now it works again. And we get up-to-date information. That's just 60 hertz noise. There's a lot of 60 hertz noise kicking around. What, the accent or the implication? Gotta free stuff up. I don't know why the ADSR didn't work. Why didn't the ADSR work? I mean, it is a very simplistic ADSR, but yeah, it's like I've worked through a multitude of solutions in order to get to where I am, and when I suggest something that sounds like too much of a project, people jump in and go, actually, Bother, did you know that you could do this? Quote from an IRC community. What? Hey, what's up, Amzoon? Walrus, how you doing? Ah, I lost the screw. Get that screw back. I'm gonna put the screws in this half of the shell. We're kind of, I want to keep all this together, but there's kind of like a flux going on with all the stuff on the desk. I guess I can move the synth fully off of the desk. What I really would like to do is, if the stupid thing would actually work, I would have liked to get the VU meter running alongside the speaker, but I think we need to change out the resistors. I think that might be the only limiting factor, aside from the amount of heat that's coming off of this thing. I think it's way too hot. I have to look at the other electronics and see if it gets way too hot or not. Remember that website? AmIHotOrNot.com. That got replaced with Facebook. And then the eventual degradation of society. Get wires out of the way. Wires out of the way means we have room to work. I need room to work. I need to cook. Nobody thinks I can cook anymore. Actually, these go over here. Let's go over there. This thing goes over here. Start to make a little bit of sense. My dog is at the front door barking. She went to the groomers today, and she got all cleaned up for family to be around during Thanksgiving. She's was stressed. Now she's barking at the door, so I don't really know what's going on there. Where can I put this? I can put it right there. The wire strippers. VU meter we're gonna need later. I'm gonna need all this stuff. I'm expecting a bunch of packages today, which include the screen protector for this thing, so it doesn't reflect my belly as much. New project to work on for my Amiga upgrades. Okay, I'm listening. 2 HDMI. Wait, it has 2 HDMI outputs from an Amiga? That's a crazy Amiga. I want to make serial adapters to USB keyboard, but combine an HDMI switch in it, so when I hit the button, like F12, it changes the HDMI source. So that's just a KVM, right? Aren't there KVMs that do all that stuff? But it would be serial. It would be like a serial KVM. Yeah, that's a weird one. Huh. Does HDMI carry USB? Don't some of them carry USB on them? Oh no, it's Ethernet, right? HDMI has Ethernet on it. Ethernet. Let's see here. Bottom of the rack. You are now a storage container. Congratulations on your new role. You've been promoted to customer. All right, a bit of that. So I've been looking at UV ink printers. That video that was posted on the Discord made me realize there's a whole world of manufacturing out there that I don't know about. And one of the things I don't know about are ultraviolet flatbed printers. Ultraviolet flatbed printers are really good at putting down ink on things you wouldn't normally expect, like doing labels on enclosures very, very cleanly, because that UV ink is just an epoxy. And so, from what I understand, and I may be wrong about this, feel free to correct me if I am. Lord knows I won't listen to you, but the dye that you use, you can just get that dye and put it in an ink tank. And as long as your ink tank printer is opaque, which is something you have to take special consideration for, it shouldn't solidify inside the ink tank. And it will print like normal ink. It's just that you put a follower ultraviolet diode LED on the print head so that it exposes the UV epoxy as it's printing. Not too sure about any of the nuances about it. I haven't really found any conversion projects, although I don't think it would be too difficult to convert well, plotter printers are already $2,000, but I think the ones that exist use like Epson ink tank print heads. And what you do is simply put different ink in there and just make sure it doesn't get exposed to ultraviolet light in any form. And then instead of a paper feed, you would need some type of a controller that would fake paper being fed. And so it would just feed from one end to the other with a flatbed on a stepper motor at the particular speed that's being detected by the printer controller. And it would move the head back and forth, and it would print ultraviolet with an LED trailing it. That would be, again, controlled by the new controller. So the new controller would be fooling the old controller, and you would have to print in very simplistic patterns because one of your inks is now white. So you would have your like cayenne, yellow, red, it'd probably black, white, and then two other colors of your choice. And then you would have to make very simplistic imagery that doesn't really mix the colors. That won't help. The HDMI outputs are driven by two Raspberry Pi 1 converters to the 8-bit RGB 320p image to 1080p HDMI. Oh God. Sounds like a major pain in the butt. That's a lot of stuff. That's a lot of moving components. Like I'm talking about anything particularly lighter than what you are. Talking about doing whole printer conversions. But I think that would be pretty interesting because then I could print onto carbon fiber. The only like issue that I feel like I would have is adjusting the height. I've got a couple micrometers that I'm not using. I could do a 4-corner micrometer setup, although that would all have to move, so that might be a little bit more difficult. Well, you can do a micrometer into a wedge and have that control the height of the 4 corners, or do a three-corner, 3 micrometer setup, and then you could get it super duper flat, have it move across, and then if you need to lift it, you would do all 3 micrometers the same amount, and it would lift it. I don't know if this is a thing. I feel like this should be a thing that people already do. See, the problem is the ultraviolet printer, ultraviolet ink tank printer is entry level $2,000. And I have a lot of equipment here that I can use to make a pretty fine stepper setup, a stepper bed that slides in one direction. So if I can buy the rest of the printer for $109 for an entry-level Brother ink tank. I like Brother because they're easy, you know? They're less scummy than all the other printer companies out there by a factor. But if I can do that and then remove the paper feed and then add a couple little, you know, opto isolators or whatever that get flipped at particular intervals at the beginning of a print, I could make, because it's just a bunch of different switches, right? So it'll activate motors, and as long as it thinks that those motors are activated, and in cheap printers, and all printers have been, you know, reducing costs. The HP printer that I took apart a little while ago was broken, but it had tons of just simple switch sensors and regular old geared motors. What's up, Iconic Bear? So the regular old geared motors would run the paper roller feeds, and that would activate switches, and if anything happened that it didn't like in that procedure, it would reject it. So what we could do is exactly what we did with the wireless steering wheel, and just have it always succeed at that. And then when it goes to feed the paper at a particular rate, we have the stepper motor mimic that rate and move our physical object on a flatbed across the print head as it's going back and forth. And as long as it's getting the right sensor feeds, it'll spit the ink out at the right intervals. I think that's all they're doing for these converted, because they quote that they have some like printer ink bed kind of thing going on. I think that's a very bother project, if you ask me. $100 cost of entry, but bother, why don't you just do exactly what you already did, but do it slightly more differently? Or I'm going to be adamant about that, and then when you do exactly what I said and it goes wrong, I won't say anything. No, but I think that's more versatile because then I can print on a variety of different flat surfaces, and especially with these either plastic or, in my mind, carbon fiber. Of course, I also need to build a little CNC. That would be nice to do, but have a jig that would be able to cut out these Eurorack panels, maybe in carbon fiber, maybe not, I don't know. And then I could run them through the printer with a little jig to kind of hold the panels in place. And that would put perfect labeling on them. Oh, I can actually get to this much easier with this new scope. Man, this new scope is paying dividends. It was expensive, though. This is an expensive little scope. I've needed an upgrade for quite some time. We had that other scope since at least 2014, I think. It might have been 2016. Yeah, I think that was a 2016 scope. I've had one day with it, one day of streaming with it, though. So it's not like my impression is sort of absolute at this point, you know? I've got a decent impression of it, and it seems to do extremely well for what I need it to do, but we're still kind of growing into it. This mix is so old and it's a little hard. I'm gonna go to a newer mix. This is DJ Everyday again. Oh my God, bad music production. It paused completely. Yeah, I like this one a little better. I play this one a lot, though. Is that a good volume? That's the same volume as me? Yeah, no, it's gotta go down a little bit. How's that? I should have presence over the song now. Oh, X4046. How have I wronged you? Why do you continue to be a thorn in my side? This is supposed to be another VCO, and then I wanted to build a third one out of a chip that I have. It's a very simple circuit. All I need to do is get out the perforated prototyping board, maybe make it at a right angle so it's a smaller VCO. I wanted to free up my time in order to do that, and so I spent all this effort doing this in moving parts of this circuit onto the front panel to make a flat circuit board out of the whole thing. I think there's a capacitor or two that I can replace in here that would definitely... I don't think it would fix it, but it would make it work a little better. Now that I got this set of precision capacitors. The only thing is the Bic and Tick filter, I think, calls for this style of capacitor. Although it's a filter, so if that style of capacitor isn't exactly met, I'm still okay. They're 1 nanofarad, and I put a bunch of 1 nanofarad ceramics in it. I think it probably wants precision 1NFs, but I've only got so many of them. I'm gonna use up all the ones in this. Use up all the ones in this case. That is a lot, though. Maybe I can get away with it. All right, we're trying to make a little room on the desk, and I'm having mixed results so far. With the new scope being how it is, like it do, it's really organized. It helps keep the desk clear because of its size. What's up, Tinsdale? I can't get away with anything. I really can't. I really can't. Lately, every time I've made a substitution, I've had it blow up in my face. And every time I look at a project, everybody thinks they're so smart. Nobody's letting me cook lately. But yeah, I'm wondering about anyone who knows anything about ultraviolet ink tank printers. If that ultraviolet ink is any different from regular printer ink. Because don't regular printers like heat it up and cause a little sput of like a little puh of ink? So I'm like, does ultraviolet ink do that? Does it just work the same way? Because if it does, that opens up a whole world of project, and it's right up our alley. It's right up my sort of reverse engineer and figure out how something works and then bend it to my will that I am so good at that people seem to think I'm a bumbling idiot at. They don't let me cook. They don't let me cook. Dinsdale, they don't let me cook. Not UV for 3D resin. No, I'm talking about two-dimensional printing on a flat bed that moves like the paper would move under the print head. Get some old lead paint and paint the tank. I mean, I would assume that I would be spray painting the tanks. The tanks some of them sit inside the print head. Other people take these silicon 4-gang tubes, and they modify the tanks to be fed from a big bottle. I know a fair bit about UV color printing. I missed the question. Oh, the question is, these UV tank printers that I find on Alibaba say that they use an Epson print head. And I'm wondering if that means that I can buy a normal ink tank printer and put UV epoxy into the ink tank printer and turn it into, through modification, turn it into a flat bed ink tank printer that does UV resin. If that stuff flows properly, basically. Man, Bic and Tick, I need to come back to you. We're gonna work on Bic and Tick today if I get a little time. Depends on the viscosity and the purity. See, that's what I'm wondering is how those inkjet printers, don't they like heat it up and they make a little puff of ink, and that's what gets on the paper? So if I were to get a UV ink, and these are pretty universal, it's piezo. Oh, okay. But then I would have to really hide the print head from light. That's something that would be extremely important. Like, I can't stress enough important. Heat is anathema to them functioning properly. Ah. Okay, I'm learning. I'm listening, I'm learning. So, that makes, I feel like that makes it entirely possible. There's a Brother printer that I'm looking at that's like $100. And if I get that Brother printer, I would then take the paper feed off of it, note the sensors, hook up my own controller to the sensors. Well, before I do any of that, I would, of course, observe it printing normally. Of course, that means that I would have to somehow purge the ink out of the tanks. Ugh. Yeah, I don't know which one exactly they're using for all those. Nozzle clogs burn out the PAs, though. Be better than they were 5 years ago. I'm just wondering if I can hack together an ultraviolet printer that'll be able to do carbon fiber panels. Adhesion, I guess adhesion is just a UV problem. We're going from one end of the desk to the other right now as I as I proceed. We're probably going to need this power supply though, so that goes over here. These speakers, I guess I'm going to cram all the way over here. Actually, no, well, yeah, I can do this. Oh my God. Too much project. Print heads are the most expensive component, so experimentation will be costly. Damn. Well, I mean, it's $109. I have made more expensive mistakes. I'm gonna get a bleach wipe for this thing. It's covered in dust. Yeah, I mean, $109, and then I gotta modify the crap out of it. I guess the first modification I could do is whether or not it'll print UV ink to paper. I'll just make it print to paper with ultraviolet ink. Oh my God, this thing's crusty. The crust. It speaks. It has sentience. I don't know which head the Brother printer is. I don't know. I just found that on Amazon. If you look on AliExpress and you look up flatbed printer, you can see there's a $1,200 entry-level one, and it says that it has like an Epson. I'll look it up in just a second. It says it has an Epson print head. I gotta finish that BMW key for Krigor. Get this thing done. I love these Belkin plug strips. They're just regular old house plugs. If you feel buzzing, it means I've used too much of the bleach wipe. Streamer electrocute itself accidentally during intro while playing illegal music. Illegal music. Immoral, illegal music. Whew, that's a lot of dust back there. Don't breathe that. Dang. Brothers a closed ecosystem, which yeah, see, I don't know anything about this world. It's like a whole world of stuff that I don't know anything about. Crazy. My goal here, and this is the thing that people start to like put their noses up about because they hear me talking about the project now and they didn't hear the entire lead up to it, is the thing that I'm trying to do is print better labels on the Eurorack stuff. And I was thinking about what I could do with onto plastic. How would I print onto plastic? And then so that video came along where the guy is manufacturing modules for a theme park ride, and he's got this little trigger module that can take like audio and stuff. It's just a little smart module that these people can purchase for a few $100 and then, you know, deploy with minimal experience in electronics. Very cool little deal that this guy has making these modules. What he happens to have is all this incredibly professional equipment. I mean, just the collective knowledge in that video alone is just enough to shock you. So anyway, he has a flatbed printer that does UV ink. And it does it from bottles. It's one of those systems. So it's like a really heavily professional thing. So I did a little Googling. I Googled myself until I was dizzy. And figured out that they're called flatbed printers. And you can buy UV dyes for your flatbed printer. I'm gonna do this to the rest of the desk too. Anybody with a cleaning fetish, please see yourself out. I'm gonna use like tons of wipes. We're gonna disinfect this whole area. It's been too long. It's getting disgusting. Read this comment. What's this? The jetting characteristics will make a big difference in how well it can print your fluid, and a lot of that is in lockdown software and firmware. The Brother stuff has an app, which I don't really like. Generally, Brother printers are more, you know, friendly, but I don't know if the Epson print heads alone are super expensive. I don't know if they allow, probably the industrial ones allow for more configurability, don't they? Head height, jetting distance. Yeah, that was one thing that I was talking about, would be the using some micrometers that I have. I have some old micrometers, and I could potentially use those in order to make a bed level system, but it would be a big undertaking to get that super level and working. But you don't know about this stuff till you try, though. Epson doesn't like to sell parts to consumers either. They jack up the raw prices. I was looking at $300 print heads on Alibaba during my initial phase of searching. $300. That's a whole printer. Because, yeah, I mean, as usual, I'm trying to do this without blowing my budget apart, blowing my budget's brains out. Why are there so many tangled wires coming from these things? Cheap-ass, stupid-ass computer speakers. These are like Amazon Basics speakers. I hate supporting Amazon, but I needed a set of just like dummy computer speakers that would work. Yeah, wide format printer, not plotter printer, I guess is kind of what I'm looking at, as an ink tank. But I don't need it to be wide. I actually don't need it to be wide. Doing this on a $100 printer would be more economically viable for me in order to do what I need to do, because none of these modules are particularly wide. They're all smaller than a piece of paper, all of these. So for this specific task, future tasks, of course, would need evaluation, but I guess we'll look at stuff in just a minute here. I need to get this all in decent shape. Scope will just kind of sit in front of that when I'm not using it. Let's get the keyboard back. Oops, I hit the Windows key. Wide format is just a generic term for role-based media, I see. And what is DTF? Because I'm feeling a little DTF-y right now. DLF? DR? I don't know which. There's an acronym, and I think it's direct transfer paper for wide format is usually used in T-shirts, and that was a lot of what the results were saying. I'm not about to make merch, but apparently that's the thing. Dye sublimation. Okay. What's that? what does that mean? It's a terminology minefield. Water-based ink onto paper and then heat transfer onto polyester fiber, which is t-shirt making t-shirts that can be washed. Interesting. So if I were to do my own merch shop, that'd be the way to do it. I'd have nothing but dye transfer heaters and UV sublimation going on in here. That would suck. That'd be terrible. I might make a little bit of money off of it, but that would be really unfun for me. DTG is straight on a cotton. Okay. Man, we were buried. We were buried before. We were jammed. It's when your desk space shrinks to about this size that you know that it's time to, like, take a minute, start scooching stuff out of the way, see if there's an actual desk under that pile of crap. I'm actually going to clean the work surface too. I'm going to disinfect it because we're full of viruses. This song is why I need low LFOs, low frequency oscillators. That'll pack in better later. Let's see. I just need to wipe all around everything. This is disgusting. This has gotten out of hand. You can also do direct. Okay. Yeah, I mean, the other thing is, like, that wouldn't bake onto a panel, would it? That's probably not the way that works. If you could be DTFE onto a panel, maybe like a Comic-Con panel or like a... There's like surface mount capacitors and stuff in this. Okay. Oh, so it's relying on the meltiness of polyester. Panic at the Disco. Well, thank you for letting me pick your brain about this, sort of nonchalantly while we spool upstream. Oh, that's UV glue. Huh. I have another desk protector that I need to get in here. There's been so much small electronics building here that it has grown the amount of just little bits. Not the meltiness, it absorbs the dye. The dye sublimated gas. Weird. All new stuff to me. Whew. Okay. Let that dry off a little bit. Bonds the polyester, but you're sitting below the melting point. I don't totally understand that. I bet if I read that offline, I would get it immediately. These don't weigh anything. They're not really like bookends. Yeah, so the old scope, for reference... Go get it. This is the old scope. It was much larger. The screens are the same size-ish. This one, however, does not show my belly whenever the reflection is up on screen. So I've got that screen protector on the way. Significant desk space has been retrieved. Take a minute and buy more desk space. That's basically what I did. Yeah, I got a new DHO914, which is pretty cool. Which does this. Dun dun dun. And that Can't get interference in there without a probe on it. Oh my god, dog is barking. Is a really fast feed. Pretty crazy. Really? This I put on Ethernet, and then you go to the local intranet site for it. The only use I could ever think of would be for what I'm doing right now, or if you do infinite persistence testing on the scope, which is something we used to do in one of the jobs that I had, is you would put the scope on infinite persist, and if the voltage level spiked or moved at all, you wanted to know what happened or when or what it looked like, just to see if there were intermittent problems with hardware. So that would be something that you could set up in the lab and then check in on from your desk. I don't particularly like this mix either. Hold on. I'm gonna fade this one out. Fade it out. There it goes. Goodbye. Goodbye, undesirable mix of slightly too hard music. This is, I think, the same one again. You can pipe the new one to a 4K 70-inch TV. I think you can. It's got HDMI outputs, which is good because the HDMI output does not have a touchscreen on it. This, if you send somebody to this page, only one person can open the page, and they can click stuff on the screen to control the scope. So you got it so we wouldn't have to haul our ancient giant one around, just hooks up through USB, I think. Doesn't have a local display, so you probably use their software. What the heck? That's a weird one. Yeah, this one definitely has a local display, and it is very small, but I have it hooked up with Ethernet. Right now, in front of everything, I'll sneak that cable in behind the desk in a minute. Not now, do it later. But yeah, it's pretty cool because it allows me to have a very real-time feed directly on screen. And this thermal camera keeps coming loose. I don't like it. I have to do something about that. I need to constantly maintain and repair all the stuff that I use in here because I do not pay full price for stuff. I DIY it, and then that opens me up to a whole world of non-functionality and errors and issues and annoyance. That's how we do. But bother, why don't you just not do that? Good idea, chat member. Thank you. Appreciate you. I really need to make a Euro module hookup here. These are getting all crazy. Okay, there we go. Hey, what's up, Gunhead? All right, turn the scope feed off. Oop. Wasting space. Oh yeah, look at the beautiful views that you get when I turn that off. Oh no, I've been cleaning up. That's what you missed. It's just me going through bit by bit and slightly rearranging and neatening in order to regain a little bit of desk space. I don't know what to do about this stuff. This stuff is a nightmare. This is the personification of anxiety right here. This goes back to the programmers. Don't need that anymore. Where are the programmers? Somewhere over here. Make sure this is visible. Okay, we're almost there. I'm not gonna go too deep over here. Just kind of scooch stuff a little bit. So, yeah, my thoughts as of late have dwelled upon AliExpress. I'm looking at no, not cat printer. Flatbread printer. The last 3 hours in traffic. Oh man, I had to do out and back with Willow going to the groomers because we're having family here for Thanksgiving, after Thanksgiving actually, and yeah, she's stanky, so she needed a nice bath, and we can't dry her off as easily, so we rely on groomers, and they did amazing work this week, and so I had to actually take her there this morning and then take her back just now. So I started a little bit late because I had some troubles getting the scope to actually like start up again. It needs to have the thing checkmarked that says to refresh the page when you open the scene. What we got? Just spent the last 3 hours in traffic. I could have achieved the same distance in time crawling on my belly. You could have rolled, like rolling down a hill, or done the My Summer Car thing and just had a case of beer. Color plan 3, 2, and 1. This looks a lot like the model that guy had. It's similar but different. I mean, they're always all in black so that you're covering over, you know, keeping light out. UV direct transfer flat bedding printer. You can use this to make a silk screen if you need to too, I think. I think it's the superior way to do it, but I wouldn't need something on this scale because it's like, how often am I gonna need it? How big is the bed? I don't know. I haven't even considered this one. 40 feet by 31 centimeters. That's pretty big. I would think so, because if you're printing directly onto a screen, you put silk on the screen. And if you're using ultraviolet, you're making a watertight seal. You'd be using up a lot of ink, but that'd be pretty cool to be able to do. Well, who's using acid to make circuit boards anymore? You get a router for that. See, look, Epson L1800 R1390 print head, 5760 by. So if I look at like Epson L1800, UV sucks on clothing. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, it's AliExpress. Of course, all the products are amazing. Yeah, I mean, this will get us closer to it. So this is an Epson ink tank. There's the tank. They do a nice job of hiding all the tubes and stuff. Printing made truly affordable. It's a $10,000 printer, right? $700. That's as much as the scope costs. This one's $400. Original secondhand. See, what I would have, $400 is a lot to put into potentially breaking everything. But if it's already an ink tank printer that can do UV, I could change the feed into a flat bed. Getting the print height would be tough, but if it's already an Epson, then it would be more configurable. What's going on back there? Holy crap. What happened to you? Drone, new, P8 Pro, 8K. No, the sequencer to MIDI software, I did not look at that. I saw it from like orbit, but I was going to bed. I am getting to bed early lately because I now feel rested and like my wit actually works, instead of being completely downtrodden and about to just pass out on stream. So it's a nice little departure from my normal demeanor. You don't want to deal with the fucked ink system. Someone else is offloading. It's likely that the ink is solidified if it's sat at all. Yeah, there was so one of the YouTube videos that I saw when I was initially researching this thing was hilarious because it was like, the YouTube video was like, how to mix the ink in particular model of Epson printer. And I'm like, that sounds interesting. That sounds like a process that I don't know about, like mixing the ink. And so the video was just one of these views. Sorry, hold on. It was one of these views of some guy, and he was like, all right, so in order to do the Epson something or other model, to mix the ink, you go and you open the door to the side panel, and then you open the bottle of ink, and you get a screwdriver, and then you insert the screwdriver into the bottle, and then you stir the you stir the bottle. It was like a 10-minute video, and that's all it said. There was a lot of little interstitial stuff in there, but it was like a 10-minute video. I was like, okay. So I guess you just stir the ink every now and then. Summon the agitator. That's what they used to call me when I'd go into the office. I don't know why they'd say it like they did, but I guess they did. Wholesome, XL8 to $3,500. What's the problem with this stuff? Yeah, we've not started yet. I am pipe dreaming about a project that I'm probably never going to get around to that would allow me to print onto carbon fiber panels, and not with film transfer, but with a what is it? What was I calling it? A flat plane printer or a flat? It's basically what was in one of the videos that was linked in the Discord. It is a direct to gamer printer. Not direct to garment. It was a UV inkjet printer that prints onto a flatbed. There we go, flatbed printer. And I was thinking about, from my perspective, my very DIY perspective, would be, yeah, flatbed. Okay. Flatbed, from my very DIY perspective, would be, well, what if I get one of these ink tank printers? I can get one from like $100, right? I could spend $100 right now, and I could get like a Brother ink tank printer. And I could go, haha, funny time, and throw the ink tanks in the air and put ultraviolet resin, colored ultraviolet resin, which would allow me to print in white. So I'd be like white, black, and then 2 other colors I could choose. And then I would just have to design the documents to fake the printer into using a particular color. Now, the alignment and the distance, those are all very particular factors, but I have a lot of very precision tools. So it's possible that I could use some of my 3D printer stuff, a stepper motor, some kind of an extra controller, microcontroller likely, to fool the paper feed into thinking that it's oh, totally got a piece of paper and it's feeding in perfectly. Here it comes. And then it would move the flatbed across using a stepper motor at the speed that the paper goes. And then attached to the print head, UV LED, as long as it's keyed to the frequency of the resin. I have no idea what the resin would be. That's the thing. Where's my chat in this view? Did it go away already? I mean, it wasn't that old. Why are timestamps back on? I guess it's just very aggressively deleting these. I wanted to linger a little longer. I don't know if I can get into that URL and make it last a little longer. Let me just check. Properties. View only. Chart time is equal. Show time is equal to 2000. Let's turn that to 4. Click OK, and then we can. That just refreshed. So now those should stay up for 4,000 time ticks. I have timestamps on in my personal window. That's dwelling a lot longer. I think that's more our time. So I doubled the amount of time that chat messages stay up, but they go away. Go away. Get out of here. I don't want to read your chat message. It'll go away eventually. Find out the viscosity of your fluid. I persist. I like my fluid self-leveling. I don't want to get into that. Viscosity range would be the first stop issue you spend money. That sounds exactly right. You're exactly right. So I need to look up the viscosities of the inks versus the easy, cheap ink tank. So like Amazon. Homero error. This one is what I was looking at. A year of ink. Oh my God, I'm gonna throw it out immediately. Get ready for a productive day. Inkvestment tank system. So the print head is moving with the tanks, and there are probably mods to add bottles to the tanks. I'm not doing that much volume of work, so having the tanks inside of a little box in the middle of the printer, far away from light, we're not, I mean, we are talking about inkjet Euro, but we're talking about a ultraviolet ink that I can print on anything, and I can use white ink. I have so many, hold on, I gotta see what's going on here. Got a bunch of messages. Yes, my message landed that I sent to a friend. He said, burn it with fire. I won't go into what I linked him to. Yeah, so what this would allow me to do is if I, with significant amount of work, that's always how we save money here. White ink is generally the deal breaker, biggest particle size and clog cost. Damn. Well, I would need to do white ink because the panel is going to be this stuff. I don't know if they still have it. They might have it on Amazon. They sell these carbon fiber matte plates, right? There's more than one listing. It's just like, hey, look at all these other products too. But it's generally this stuff is thick, cheap, and much like myself, and it also has a matte finish on it, which is really, really nice. Well, I don't know where I get all that information. I don't know where I get all that information. Because they're like, why don't you use our stuff? Investment tank. Yeah, that's getting modified. Let's see. Push. P-O-U-S-S-E-Z. Oh no, that's instructions. LC404. BKS. You don't think this will work? Damn. So that means that the entry level is $2,000, and I'm not about to spend $2,000 to put labels on panels when I could just print something normal to put on there, or do something with a laser. I don't know. Inksiler. What? Trust brother, genuine ink for superior blah, 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 blah. None of this stuff is about the viscosity or anything. Because this isn't industrial parts. This is consumer stuff. So nobody's talking about it. Well, that sucks. I'm certainly not in that category of doing a lot of printing. This would be something that I could get from my parents, and then that would work out because they're printing stuff all the damn time. Yeah. Yeah, this is, I'm not an industrial setting. I could just go to a place and have them do the panel. You know? Doing silk screening would be kind of cute, but I don't have the jigs for that. I could make the jig for that, but then how do I seal the silk screen with a normal printer, using a normal printer? I guess it would be photo expose from a normal printer would do it. I wish I had more connections, because if I had more connections, I could find somebody who's looking to get rid of their old ink tank printer, like the luckiest person on earth from that YouTube video, who has a an automated pick and place, as well as an ink tank printer that does UV. See, what I'm looking at is I'm looking at these products on Alibaba, and I'm seeing an Epson head that's been put on a bunch of custom gantry. And then you got this stuff too. Hozon UV board kit, XYZ axle conversion kit for UV flat printer. So yeah, this is all that looks, it's $1,200, so that's not happening. A panel sheet of UV reactive stuff, and cut it out, CNC, etc. Yeah, I wanted to automate my way out of that. And then another thing that they're doing with these printers is these scanning printers. They put a bunch of print heads together, and then you can throw a cardboard box through your printer, and it'll put a QR code on the side and stuff. Pretty cool. You jump into kind of a new world of technology that you've not really kept up with. Unlocked eco-solvent printhead for Epson Roland 540 mm. Hey, you don't call me that in polite company. These printheads are fascinating. It's like a piezo element that has a ton of pixels on it, so that it knows the rate that the paper is going through the machine, and it's able to do multiple things at once. It's crazy stuff. There are multiple pixels set down at once. I thought they used heat, but I guess it's piezo. Piezo's fast. Heat would probably also completely destroy the ink. So craziness. Canon really uses heat bubble? Oh my god. What is their problem? Problem with this stuff is that the entry-level cost is $2,000. It's our technology, and we're gonna get our money's worth. Bro, why don't you just use piezo? Everything is clickable on Alibaba. I'm trying to use the center click in order to scroll up, and I can't do it anywhere because then I'll end up opening stuff in a new window. And if you think that that's accidental, it absolutely is not an accidental thing that they've done. They've made their entire web interface clickable, and it drives activity. Sorry, I keep clicking on the wrong windows. All right, so if I click in this pixel right here, then I don't activate it again. So flatbed printer UV. I mean, most of these are designed so that you can put like a t-shirt. What? New upgrade. What is that arrow? $2,000, the price of entry. What the hell is oh, it's a wall printer. That'd be just fun to make. I could put babes on all of my walls permanently instead of just a poster? My god. Blue tack sales are 400 shirts just to break even. I got a lot of emotes. We need to do, I need to do like a bother mental health day where we just sit here and we use a GIMP. Can I even say that at the beginning of a video now and I'll get demonetized? Where we just do GNU image manipulation program in order to make some more emotes. 57 minutes late. Hey, yeah, my schemings have managed to elongate my musk. Wait, I mean to elongate the beginning of the stream. YouTube is like demonetizing if you use those silly curse words, which were the entire reason that I liked Twitch in the first place, was that people were talking like normal people. They were cursing. This is basically what the printer, this is a big deal one. This is if I'm moving a lot of product. I'd spend $6,000 on something like this, and then I would have the head going doot, 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 and depositing all the different ultraviolet inks. I don't need that though. I'm much more bushly. That's a $200 laser cutter, engraver. Oh my god. The least tolerable person on earth. Plug type, US. These are not great. You want to put, you'll want to get a computer fan and put it right next to that thing. Is that shocked Pikachu and a lemon? These are not great. You'll wanna keep from looking at it directly, and you'll want to put a computer fan on it because the smoke that's going to come up off of what you're engraving to, the wonderful leather smoke in this case, or what looks like what is that stuff called? That fake leather? Thanks, Iconic Bear. No, I really do appreciate being able to pick somebody's brain who knows about printing, because I was getting a little excited about those. But it turns out the cost of entry is too great, and the cost of DIY is too finicky. It's possible that it would work, and it's possible that it would work on the scale that I do with it, but I would have to put it deep into all those cheap lasers, folks. Walking around with no protective glasses on, yeah, cats and dogs running past. It's not a good home tool, these ultraviolet blue lasers. I have one here, but I don't look at it directly. I look at these screens that are in the opposite direction. Disappointingly not plutonium leather. No, what is it called again? It's the stuff that they use in BMW. People redo their headliners with it. Polyurethane leather. So yeah, from what Alcantara, there it is. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. See, I'm seeing there's print heads. That's $100. There's no way that I'm going to be able to control, unless I get a controller and kind of learn the... I would need an extremely open source software in order to run something like this, which is a print head for a single color. I would need like 4. DIY UV flatbed printer. Oh, all I need is an Epson L1800 that's broken and a tracksuit and black gloves. I think the tracksuit is the deal breaker. That printer wasn't that $300? Yeah, that's a $300 printer. Yeah, I don't know where I'm gonna get the tracksuit. Maybe I can find a velour tracksuit. A Sean John brand. Ask your local print shop. Yeah, that's true. I mean, I could just go to the local print shop with that stuff and be like, hey, do you guys do UV? Blue flip. I can't afford this project already. If he's doing blue flip-flops, I'm out. I want to see what he does here. Let's just indulge me for a minute here, chat. Because I think in the industrial setting, all of that talk about viscosities and stuff is valid, but I think stuff like this, where you buy like a kit and put it into the printer, is probably also... I know I'm doing a reaction streamer thing, I'm sorry. Sometimes you gotta look at a project in order to figure out whether or not you can do a project, and then you gotta do the project whether or not you can think you can do the project, and then you end up getting too far into the project, and then you have the project sitting in the corner. But this is a necessary step. It's called research. Great research. This is research. It's not reaction channeling, it's research. Plus, I'm giving them credit. All the information is up there. That's all it takes, right? I get to be a reaction streamer. I'm gonna go use the bathroom. Just kidding. I know, you jump into the project, then you do all the research. Did he like a psycho just lop off the power cable? Yes, he did. He just lopped the power cable off. Just snip, snip. Lower this a little bit so it's way in the background. I don't know what the final mix sounds like. I need to get like a pair of headphones and hook them up so I can listen to the final mix. Better get my mixer over here and use it for the regular stream mixer, but I can't seem to adjust my regular mixer to work well with the lapel microphone. And Rode is always updating software. So if I get an update, it's possible that I'll be able to plug in the lapel mic to the Rodecaster, in which case I can have a set of headphones to listen to the music, and I can have a set of headphones that'll do the final mix, which is something I need to look at. Research is my thing, and as an R&D engineer, relax and delay. I was like, damn, you get to be an R&D engineer? That's like a golden opportunity in career, and you had to ruin it with your stupid joke. Get the hell out of here, Copper. I don't care. No, I'm just getting high. We're looking at somebody converting an Epson L1800 into a flat printer. I'm gonna see how much this thing costs. L1800 shopping. That was the one we were looking at, right? $700. Yeah, original secondhand is probably totally dead. That's what, as I scroll up to see who it was. Oh yeah, you guys don't see me scrolling it anymore. That's nice. That's Iconic Bear knows a lot about this kind of stuff, and he was talking about you don't want a secondhand one. Direct to garment. So this is a $700 printer, and this guy is just modifying it like a seconded. All right, so we're taking the panels off. This is actually a 50-minute video. I would watch this. Good printer solutions. Yeah, I mean, I don't understand how printers error out all the time and don't connect to Wi-Fi. I have an ESP8266 that I strapped to a fart machine from the dollar store that connects to Wi-Fi more regularly than my modern HP printer. New secondhand, utterly usable with needing to connect to accounts. Oh yeah. Well, that's where you get into the industrial printer space where they don't do those shenanigans. But I was hoping that we could do the consumer printer space and modify it in order to be a... This song is very annoying. In order to modify it in order to be a ultraviolet printer, but it seems like the print viscosities aren't exactly compatible. Ink viscosities. And this is how you would modify a entry-level industrial printer to be a UV flatbed printer. And I don't know if did they buy a kit? Details of the A3 flat base making. All machines connect to the base, designed for quick connection, no soldering required. Yeah, so it's a kit. So I think the kit does exactly what I'm talking about, what I was talking about doing to the consumer printer, which is to fool it into thinking that it's actually feeding a piece of paper, which, because printers they have very tiny profit margins in them, and they're usually given away for practically free, which is why the ink tank printers are so much more expensive. But the paper feeds and stuff are just a bunch of micro switches. They're just geared normal motors and micro switches. And so I was thinking that it would be not trivial in order to fool have a device that fools the printer into thinking that it is activating motors and it is getting the triggers of paper feeding in. And instead, the controller would be moving a flatbed. I have windows open on this computer that are ancient. Like, we're not doing anything with that anymore. That was from like a month ago. An HP Lasers app requires you to log in, otherwise it nopes. You can still use the printer directly, but the app has some useful document scanning functions. Yeah, I was having the damnedest time teaching my parents how to scan to PDF. They weren't able to do it without getting the app, getting the account, all that stuff. It was a nightmare. HP is not... I mean, I thought Brother was the good company for this kind of stuff, but apparently they also require an app now. It's the blind leading the blind. I hate how they don't... You know, you have no configurability and you're hooked into an ecosystem and all that stuff. Yeah, they're all... Well, the problem is one innovates in a direction and everybody follows. And it's a terrible direction to go in. I mean, my 3D printer is more universal and reliable than any printer you can buy today, which is something. That's ridiculous. Yeah, one of those, that's what my folks have. They have an all-in-one, and it was a nightmare to... What are you marking? What is it? What is this sudden... What is this? This is sudden. All right, are you marking it to cut? What? Huh? What has just happened? I think they did what I was thinking of and coring out that middle paper feed area in order to modify. But man, this guy knows exactly what he's doing too. There would be multiple scenes of me reading my phone and like getting a soda. Who said that? All right, bring in the real stuff. Oh my God, wait a minute. There's a lot of modification going on here, and it looks like it has multiple bands in order to feed the paper, which is pretty impressive. Like rubber bands, little conveyor belts. We've taken a printer apart before on stream, and it's actually pretty fun. This isn't the official stream. This is just me exploring a project. What the hell are you modifying? Get your head out of the way. Is he gonna bust out the angle grinder and do all these sloppy line cuts that he's marked out? Off screen. Apps and tankless prints fine. They just like to send errors to Windows, even though the printers, it prints the entire dot. That's weird. So yeah, he's basically opening up the print head to the bed directly below it. Yeah, it's a bracket. There might be instructions in the audio. I don't want to play the audio. What is cups like an open printer thing? What is that? I have a box of printers in this state. I used to. I got rid of all the parts. I had a pen plotter that would have been a perfect like hardware base for buying the print heads. All right. The problem is I don't know who redeems those now. Let's see if I can turn on those notifications. Message effects, styling, visibility. Nah, it doesn't look like I can do that. So only last message, no. Featured chat overlay, that's featured. Emote wall, no. Height meter, no. Waitlist, winter draw, and global settings. I think their bot enters chat, and so their bot doesn't get all the same notifications that I do. And so we can't have notifications on our chat window anymore. Linux printing is cups. Okay. Knew somebody would have to do that eventually. In a mere 7 to 15 years, we'll have a good use for. I'm telling you, man, this UV printing stuff. The kits weren't $1,800. It almost seems like you should be making the whole thing from scratch at this point. This is essentially what I have, though. Maker beam rails, and then, well, I don't have plates yet even, but I could do that. And then I guess that lifter is there in order to accommodate for like a t-shirt. A3 series, you don't need to know about electronics. You just need to do hardware. What is this kit? This is probably that $1,800 kit that they have, yeah. I don't know what UV dye colors they sell. They might have glow in the dark. I mean, yeah, maybe a vinyl printer would do that as like a mask. Because then you do the painter's tape transfer of the internal elements, and then you put that on the panel and you spray it. Where's this leading to? Yeah, he attaches it to their base. It's a hell of a machine. Oh my god, he slipped. He almost died. What's up, McBobbles? So yeah, that's how you would modify an Epson ink tank, huh? And then, oh, those are extremely bright UV LEDs, huh? Neat. Wonder what software it is. Well, this would be a lot to go through. This would be like a $4,000 build right here, and I don't have that. I don't know about you guys. I don't have that kind of money. I don't have that kind of money. Yeah, did you guys hear about that? NTF Block Party. They, I was saying this the other day actually. Yeah, we'll have an ultraviolet party. I was saying this the other day. People were asking about like laser shows and stuff, and I was talking about how incredibly difficult it is to have a laser show and meet those regulations where you have to have the lasers a certain distance off of the crowd and all that stuff. It's not difficult to do. They are very stringent about these requirements. You need to keep those lasers and lights away from people's eyes, and the light requirements of a laser are very, very low until you get into the class that you have to get a license for. And so whoever they went with, these NTF bros are always just making the most comedic fuck-ups known to man. They ended up dazzling and burning retinas on a whole bunch of attendees because of all of the volume of laser light, the amount of laser light that they were extruding onto the crowd. They were probably too close to the crowd and stuff. UVC bulbs in the toilets. What the hell? Yeah, that's not a good scene. That's not a good scene. UV HDD vinyl. I don't know a lot about this stuff. I'm just getting into it at the very beginning, so. Local stage theater kept running the lights right into the seats. Ugh. Yeah. Yeah, those are the sterilizing. Those are the ones that are that bright blue that you really don't want to look at. You don't want to look at that. I'm sure we had a laser show in the 90s for a school of 8-year-olds, no regulations. That was me. That was actually me. I did that. We had a school assembly where I did a laser show, but my laser show was spinning mirrors, and the 20. You guys saw that tube laser that I brought out. That was part of my laser show. And the second one that I did was the Krypton Argon laser. And I did a laser show for my school because my science teacher was so adamant about how awesome and skillful it was. Everyone was asleep. Yeah, I think I saw that. Not that one. There was another one where they were looking at like consumer lasers that they were selling, green lasers, and the components of green lasers have like a big no eye frequency to it. Like these, apparently the infrared light coming off of this can go right through the safety equipment and damage it. I could actually damage my camera, maybe not with this one. This one's fairly weak, but it's green, so it's pretty visible, but you can really hurt people's eyes with this stuff. Unbeknownst, there's actually a sideways filter on the very front of this, little sideways filter that's taking that infrared component and knocking it out. I got a little UV pen light. That's what I use for the UV glue. Probably also kind of bad for the... Whoa, you do not want to see all the evidence I'm looking at. Whoa. I've got all my weird lights are just like right here. All right. Let's actually start the stream. I mean, that was a little project research, and technically... I think it tasted familiar. I haven't gotten any fillings yet. I'm lucky. Although I do have damage, like right here. I'm biting down on a rye bread sandwich with a tongue ring. And crunch. Oops, little piece of a tooth. I had a dentist make it a little softer, and that was it. But I ate potato chips, and they tore up that side of my mouth right now. Oh, it's all sensitive. All right, let's get the music out of here. Oh my God, the little pop-up. I can't even reach the controls. I guess I can do that. I can just stop it immediately. What amazing production, oh bother. Mercury? That can't, what? They do that? Do they do that anymore? Hi, welcome to the shop. It's Friday. It's Friday. We're completely distracted. I've been overwhelmed lately. I actually got a lot of sleep last night, which, boy howdy, does that make a big difference in my entire demeanor. I'm a little quicker on my feet. I feel a lot nicer. I don't have to be mean to everybody because I feel like I woke up under the bed. Took the dog to the groomers this morning, and she's already back and barking at the front door. She looks great. Her whites are white. Her what is it? Tan hair is tan. And she's in a good mood but tired. So we've been talking about ultraviolet and lasers. I've tried to think about ways to actually do the printing on the front of panels in a meaningful and professional way. Not necessarily on the plastic, but on, for instance, carbon fiber panels. And then I could do all the holes in the milling machine and just do one big thing of printing and drilling and get all matte carbon fiber panels on the synthesizer. And then from there, I would have that capability. I would be able to print things in ultraviolet. However, it seems like the entry level to that particular jobby, would be $2,000. I don't have $2,000 to spend on that. I don't have nearly that amount of money. What I was thinking I could do, yeah, they did research back in the day on multi-frequency lasers for like blinding enemy combatants, and then somebody was like, bro, and they're like, okay, fine, and they shelved the whole thing. Bro, what are you doing? Anyway, so we were looking up ultraviolet, we were looking up UV flatbed printers, and I was starting to get the good idea fairy visited me and was whispering things into my ear. I was thinking that, hey, I could find one of these printers, these ink tank printers, and I could modify it for ultraviolet. And it seems like that is exactly what the entry level on Alibaba professional ones do. Unless you're spending $5,000 on it, you're going to be getting something that is essentially taking out the paper feed, hooking up all the switches to a controller, letting the printer run its normal print feed, but controlling a stepper motor flat plate to go through that print area at the height specified. So you have your object, you'd set a height, so that height specification would be another challenge. It would be another challenge to getting the printer right. But if it's easy enough as that, I mean, I don't know. That seems like something that we can do here. I could do that. You know, I have the ability to program microcontrollers. It doesn't seem like it's all that trivial. And then I have all of the automation stuff in order to move back and forth on one axis. And maybe there would have to be something in order to do the height. But yeah, it's doable. It's an entire other project. But the kits that I see, they're like $1,800, and they modify a $700 printer, and then you get a UV printer. And this all came about because somebody posted a video in Discord of this fellow who does like theme park stuff, and he makes this little unit that's like a little enclosed, just regular old industrial parts, but he has like an automated pick and place machine. He has the toaster oven that you would need. He has this ultraviolet flatbed printer. And I guess at his level, he has clients coming to him like, yo, I need like 5 of these units because I need to run sound, and I need to run solenoids, and I need to run motors. And he's like, yeah, all right. And so he just puts it all together for like pennies and then sells it for a couple $100. And I guess all of his equipment pays for itself. His 1975 pick and place machine. It's pretty cool. It's a pretty awesome setup. It's in the main channel of the Discord if you can scroll up far enough. But yeah, that got me thinking about this. And so this is how you do with these projects. You start and you identify what the sticking points are. How much is it worth to you? How much is it worth to you for it to work directly out of the box? How much of a project it's going to be? How interesting that project's going to be? And then you break apart all the little problems and figure out what the state of the art is in that particular area, because it's something that I've never had experience with. I don't know much about. I mean, we've taken apart printers on the show before, and I probably should have kept the print head from the HP printer, although I don't think we would have been able to use it. The HP printers are cheap, right? All these consumer printers are very cheap, and so the position of the print head is actually determined by a Mylar sheet that has bands on it. And as the Mylar sheet goes back and forth, you have an optical gate that's telling you what your position is. So there's a lot. 20 or so Veron 3D printers for his work. Oh, Voron. Okay. I feel like I shouldn't say the name of that brand because I'm going to get in trouble for like lewd content. Anyway, yeah, so that one was a bust. That whole research was a bust. It didn't pan out because entry level to get something that will work day one, $2,000. I don't have $2,000. Entry level to modify something that will work reasonably, $700, possibly an $1,800 kit. Don't have that kind of money. Consumer printer that would use consumer parts, still the same amount of work to get the flatbed on it. That's like $100 plus whatever I have around, whatever I can modify, but they close the ecosystem a little bit. And so we don't know if those ultraviolet inks will work in a consumer ink tank printer. It's doable. It's the same amount of work to do the $700 one as it is to do the $100 one. But if I screw up with the $100 one, it can ruin the print head, and then I'm SOL, there goes $100, it just evaporated. Get the $700 one, maybe get the kit. The kit's way more expensive than the printer itself, but then I at least know that I'm not ruining the printer with the ink that I'm using. So I think it's kind of a bust. I think I'm not going to do any of that stuff. It would be nice. I could potentially try to find a print shop that would do it for me, and then I design all the panels and stuff like that, and then send it over to them for probably a couple $100. Let's be honest. Or I could just do the whole panel. Just send them the whole panel and just print it all with outlines. Try to cut that out by hand. I don't know. It's just ideas. I'm just shooting the shit here. It's Friday. We're just hanging out. Anyway, we've got a couple things going on here. I mean, I spent my printer money on a new scope, which is a hell of a lot more utility than a printer that I'm going to use 3 times. It would make the front panel look really, really cool. And then I could do Julian synthesizer, all in sort of a homogeneous look for the whole thing. $100 option is a reasonably cheap device to investigate with. That is what I was thinking. Yeah, I mean that is what I was thinking. And then you could play with getting the right kind of ink But if you get that certain kind of ink and it immediately clogs the print head, what do you do? And I don't know anything about the software side of it. I can make something that would fake being the printer feeding paper. I guess that's what it is. That's all that side of it is. Cheaper tuition to the School of Hard Knocks. I've not heard of that. I've not heard that phrase before. Okay. Well, depending on what we work on here, I mean, I've got a couple ideas of where we need to go. The VU meter is another thing that I need to look at. I'm stuck with this circuit board. This is just the size of circuit board that I'm putting into this thing. This controls the VU meters. We'll have to play with that in a bit. I feel like our problem with the Skull speaker thus far is the amount of input that goes into these chips. I think we have very little voltage going into these things. And I think this speaker is still viable if we can lower the resistances of the inputs. So coming in here, I need to figure out what that resistance is going to be. I think maybe like a 2 kilo ohm, and then make these like both ones. The ones and twos is what we had going in. I mean, this one doesn't necessarily need a resistor on the right and left. But I don't know if I can just mix right and left on these systems. Like, what happens in my stereo to mono input? See, other than that, we're just kind of messing around. See, this is what I'm talking about. Mono output them. Stereo. Where's my schematic? 220 ohm. That's a lot smaller than what I was using. So yeah, let's get some 220 ohms. Let's put those in, and then let's figure out what. I mean, that would be. Wouldn't it just be 440 for mono? Oh, but mono's very cooked potentially. I need a schematic for an attenuator. Euro rack attenuators schematic. Noob Dwy attenuator. Yes. That's a certain level of engineering. No schematic. Where's my schematic? Dopefer. Oh, we're at Dopefer. Yes. 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 Oh, here we go. Simple attenuator, simple low pass, high pass, amplifier, CV mixer. They're giving you equations for all this stuff. This is what Dopefer does. That's cool, little matrix mixer. Manual gate. Nope. What is it? Oh, ORD sockets. Non-inverting power amplifier. Nope. I'm looking for attenuating for a normal output. Do I have one of those? No. I've got a device that does this. I would just need. Oh, this is all the. Oh man, they give you everything here. Yeah, see, this is a non-committal. They can just give you a potentiometer and say, yeah, it totally attenuates. And I guess the attenuation would be from 0 to whatever the resistance of that pot is. But I want output attenuator. So let's put output attenuator. Schematic. Simple passive attenuator for idiots. That's on my level. $100 kilo ohms, but that's to 0. If you had a 10K resistor from the 100K potentiometer wiper to ground, you can modify a linear potentiometer to act like a logarithmic one. It's more or less. It doesn't quite work that way. So they attenuate up to 100K. I think I have a pimple forming behind my beard. I'm not happy about that. I hate those. Nobody else knows you have them, but your face hurts in a particular location. Ow. Let's see. You missed the entire beginning of the stream is where I took a bleach wipe to the entire cutting mat. That's why it was a 1-hour intro to the stream. You might look at these. Yes, okay. I'm just wondering if I need a standard resistor in the way of the... I mean, I definitely do need one in the way of the Eurorack input. And if I throw 100K in there, is it going to be too much? It already kind of is. But actually, 100K... What are you talking about, Copper? No. You have 3 different kinds of potentiometer. Actually, 4, if you count reverse linear, or reverse logarithmic. You have linear, you have logarithmic, and then you have reverse logarithmic. Oh, yeah, three types. Linear, logarithmic, reverse logarithmic. So those are your choices. And that's just in how the sweep goes from one end to the other. So Hall effect is not a thing you consider in this kind of stuff. All right, so A1010 Eurorack attenuator module. Where's my schematic? There it is. Okay, this one is very simple. This one just has 3 100 kilo ohm pots. Well, they do take it to analog ground, don't they? And if they put a 10K across it, it would mimic having a logarithmic, huh? I don't want to put a 10 kilo ohm pot on there. I don't want it adjustable. I want it to have maximum output into the pot that I already have. So I want the input from regular audio, regular stereo audio, to match what the Eurorack would input. That way I can take a mono plug directly from a VCO or a whatever filter, and I can plug it in here, and it will be a normal volume. It won't clip. Or I can plug it in here. So I think I'm going to put 100K here, and we're going to take these down to 220 ohms. It was 220 ohms, not 220K, right? Yeah, I mean, experimentally would be the other way to do this. I was just hoping to get an answer so I wouldn't have to do it twice. Yeah, there's a 220 ohm. Okay. Okay, so yeah, we'll do that. Let's do that. Let's do that. Do that. Do that. Let's do the thing. Do the thing. And let's do the thing. Do the thing. Thing to thing. We also have to verify what pins go to what on this plug, because there's some kind of a problem with this side of the audio coming in with all this noise. All this nasty noise. There's a cable we can use to test. And a multimeter. Oh my god, it's a multimeter. These have looked better. These have looked better. I've got another pair in the desk. I haven't bothered to put them on yet. They eventually crack on the plastic, but these are the high voltage fluke probes that I use specifically because they are very sharp. They're very, very sharp. All right, so let me get rid of what's already there. Just some simple soldering today. We're not pushing it today. But I would like to look up the amplifier for the Skull speaker, the one that it has stock. We looked it up before, but we didn't really take a close look at it. I think I can get to everything pretty easily here. And then those two are kind of joined in this area. It's kind of sloppy. We'll desolder our input wire. See if I can't. Yeah, I got to take all of these now. And then that sneaks around to there. That's going to be a tough one to replicate. That one is the paddle, right? Yeah, that's not the disconnect. It's the paddle. Probably have to clip it on both ends because there's a little bit of residual solder on the wire that doesn't fit back through the hole that I made. Clips. Oh yeah, they went back in the cabinet because this new scope, I'm not sponsored by Rigol, is so small that I can get into it easily. You guys have seen the startup time of this thing, right? You basically have to do something else while it starts up. It's abysmally slow. I would show you it in relation to my phone doing a timer, but I would then probably receive a message in the 4.5 hours that it takes to boot up and dox myself. All right, new resistors will give us a little bit more amplitude in our signals. Let's do the well, actually, do the 100K first. That'll lower this one and keep it from clipping. I don't know if that's going to make it too quiet, but we'll try it, fry it, fly it, see if it works. Because I know the other attenuate mixer does, in fact, have 100 kilo ohm fixed resistors in it. So here's a 100K. I like the little stitches, the stitch staple resistor scheme. So one of them goes up and around this post. Well, it could actually just go along top of the post, and then the other two will have leads on it. Yeah, I'll go up top around the post. I'll just do it real sloppy. We'll just do it like that. That'll be easier. Then the other one I have to work over to this post here and somehow get them to join. Teensy 2. Yes, I think I have a bunch of them. Is this your card? Oh, wait, no. Is this your card? Two parsec startup. A lot of these modern scopes are just Android devices with just adequate CPUs to drive the units. Yeah, and that's what we've experienced, although the features that we're getting out of the scope are far superior. They're actually kind of amazing. We're able to get the scope up on screen in full speed. It's amazing. So while the startup time is abysmal and pretty annoying, I'm willing to suffer it. I'm willing to turn on the scope at the beginning of stream. And then I have a third. All with different types of headers on them. Ordering MIDI to CV boards. They require bog standard parts, but need a Teensy 2.0. Okay, yeah, hey, send one my way. Do you have Teensy 2.0s? Because I would donate one of them if you wanted. All right, let's move forward here. We got the 100 kilo ohm resistor in there. Now I need to figure this out. 3-channel CV for MIDI. That's pretty cool. Although I am not doing anything with MIDI at the moment, but there's no telling whether or not I move in that direction. The module tester is kind of shelved right now, as it's going to be a lot of work to get together, but it is something that I probably should make. Here, we're just going to do a sloppy here, and I'm just going to go straight up on top of this. And then I'll clip it to be a little neater. I'm done being neat and organized with this thing. I'm starting to get angry at this Skull Speaker project for not working and for totally embarrassing me on YouTube. All those YouTubers are laughing at me. They're laughing and laughing. They don't know who I am. Nobody knows who I am. All right, let's get this soldered. Yeah, so that would be a way to do software sequencing. I know Julian has a unit that he bought broken and had me fix. He bought it broken off of eBay. So totally jealous about that. And then I fixed a header on it, and it's a MIDI to CV thing with some other features. I think the magnet just kept me from actually soldering to that. All I did was melt the wire that's right here. I mean, all of these circuits, what they do is they have a common ground for everything. And you can see it in the actual PCB. You can see that they have just a header on either side of the board that's just straight up connected. This magnet's really getting in my way. It's just straight up connected to ground. So I'm running my ground into this pin over here for the speaker, and then that's also my audio ground. Yeah, I'll take a look when I can. I shall. All right, let's do a little bit of testing before I move on. for ohms. I wonder if this thing can do ohms test. It probably can do ohms testing, but let me see. So probes and ohms, and then an audio cable. Make sure that the sleeve is actually on ground. Now there's always oxidation that you got to deal with. So you got to either move your probes a little bit or poke them into the metal. And that can also, that'll put dot marks on all your solder pads and stuff. You got to be careful about that. And the reason that I use these really, really sharp probes is that I can actually even poke through a silk screen if I need to. So ground is in fact ground. So I did have it wired up correctly. It seems like the only excuse that I have is that the resistors were not resisty enough. Were too resisty. So 1 kilo ohm is even too much. 100 kilo ohm is out of the question. We're looking for 220 ohms, and we just organized all this last stream. 220 ohms. That would be way back here. 220R. Oh, there. By way back here, I mean right the hell here. So pluck these from their slumber. Put them right there. That'll be our first guess as to what all these values are. I see what I don't like is that with this CV, or rather the Eurorack audio input cooked, we still aren't getting a lot of volume out of the speaker. Am I doing tomorrow? That's a good question. Tentatively, I would say, let's say no, and if I go on, it's a surprise. I don't want to burn out, but I also need that presence. You say something at around 300? I'm going to try 220 for the audio input. Because I think that's coming from that other schematic. The Eurorack input is going to get 100, and we'll just see if it's super quiet. Plus, that one's already soldered. It's already soldered. I already did it. Yeah, thank you, OctaJ. Who's it going? So let's see. This one I can bend over to its buddy over here. Oh, man, it doesn't reach. Oh, come on. It's like, God damn. Why must you torture me like this? Okay, fine. We'll go around the other side of the post. Leave it to the post to ruin stuff. oh, better than HDMI, OctoJ. Oh, better than HDMI. By the way, I need to get you as a moderator on YouTube, although you're never paying attention, so that's fine. I have a new chat app that tells us who is messaging, and I did the comedy zoom on that. This new scope is awesome. Yeah, this is a milestone birthday present to myself, and I can now get, where'd it go? Oh, the scope up on screen via a web page that OBS accesses, and oh wait, it's super duper duper fast. This thing is sharp, so that's actually hurting my finger. Look at how fast it is. I love it. You can open this web page and you can control the touchscreen functions of the scope, which includes a start menu that you can move around. But it is an Android device, so it takes a year and a half for this thing to start up. I always show you guys how long this stupid thing takes to start up. Let me do stopwatch. Stop each. All right. Goodbye, sweet friend. Ready? That's actually getting faster. That's a little faster than it used to be. Maybe. Na 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 na. Da, na, 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 na. Na, 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 na. Da, na, 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 na. Da, na, 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 na. 50 seconds to get into your scope. Now that was longer. I swear it was longer. It felt longer. It felt longer the last time we did that. Now, right now, it is still frozen. If I go to another camera and come back, it should refresh. It's not doing it. It might need a minute to get on the network. I don't know. I think it's got a static IP. Yeah, it's still the same IP. So why would this still be? It might be that I need to open it up on the... Let's see if I can like individually refresh this. How do I refresh you? Properties, control audio, use custom frame rate, custom CSS I don't have enabled, shutdown source when not visible. Refresh browser when scene becomes active. Click OK. See, here's the other problem that I'm having is when I power down the scope and I come back to it, it doesn't quite update. What scene do I not have the scope on? This one. No scope there. Yeah, it doesn't like to refresh, does it? My scopes is rating that are up to 5 gigahertz. Yeah, that's a lot. I see what you mean. You're trying to keep up with the state of the art. Well, this one is 125 megahertz, so it's not exactly that. And it'll be obsoleted eventually, but I mean, that's a nice time to go for a new scope and then put this one up on the shelf with all the other test equipment. I do need, and it's not something that I have maybe the space for here, unless I put shelves around Burn the Subs, is an equipment shelf for all the old equipment so that I can have them on a Tasmota switch and I can have it turn on all the equipment and have blinking lights and stuff going on in the background. That's important for this kind of work. They'll generate a ton of heat. Yeah, I don't really, the stuff that we do around here barely needs us to get above 100. I don't know when the last time that was. The speed wasn't really what attracted me to the scope. It's the fact that it's made out of black plastic. I'll be honest, that was the big draw. And the fact that it's one up from the consumer and has a logic analyzer on it. One up from the entry level was something that I wanted to do, just to get a couple more extra features. And I don't even know what they are. I don't even know what they are yet. This is the big one, but it's not working yet. Hold on. How did I get this to work last time? So I need to turn that one off. There we go. Let's see. Because, yeah, it's got the same IP address. It's just OBS doesn't like it. Network status is connected. Auto IP, static IP. 2222 is its address. Rigol DHO. Is 2222 shared with something? Hold on a second. I think everybody has link by default, but I appreciate you asking. What are you linking to? Oh, the scope, yeah. Yeah, it does a ribbon connector, and you hook that up to individual 0 to 5 volt lines, and it's able to display them all on the screen at once. Now, we have a $14 logic analyzer that does that, but on the computer, and then it can output something that I'm actually able to analyze with something like Notepad++. This might be able to save like a hex file. I haven't figured it out yet. There's a lot that I don't know about this scope at the moment. Am I safe to open this, or is it going to totally dox me? How do I open links in this new chat app? I might have not given myself permission to open links. That highlighted the wrong message. I can't believe I have to do this. Okay. I don't know how to use this new chat app yet, so. Did I put a slash on there? Bonk. That's cool stuff. Does that have a transistor analyzer on it? It looks like that level of HP equipment that I used to use at college. Our HP scopes actually had a secret mode on them where you could play Tetris. Some of them had Brick Out and some of them had Tetris. I need to get the scope window working. Why doesn't it work? Pull it up in the interact menu. I think what I need to do is actually open it up. Here, wait. These ones have Tetris. Yeah, and the other one was Brick Out. That's so funny. Yeah, that's the same generation of scope that I used it at college. What do you mean it can't be found? What do you mean it can't be found? It's right freaking here. I think this is a problem with my network. This says it's 2.2222 and it says it's connected. Let me reopen this. 2.2222. IN's STR is the port. Oops, that just searched it. There it is. It yells at you in Chinese if you try to open up two of these. But yeah, I can actually control the scope from here. Woo! So you can do ghosts on either end. Whoa, the Twitch encoder does not like when I move this around. I don't know why. Wow, that is weird. Actually, no, that's this encoder. Okay, that's the screen capture. So I think now if I close this and I go here, that should have refreshed. Let me open up that page again. And then go here to here. I don't think OBS is refreshing the page. Control.htm. Maybe shut down when source is not visible. There, now it refreshed. Now we have spooky window. Oh yeah, I can't control it from this one anymore. Turn the scope off. Sorry, I'm unit testing my stream to make sure everything works. So now that freezes in OBS. I can close the internet page. If we start it up again, and we wait the full minute for this thing to start up. What's up, Science Streams? I've never used the HP logic analyzer, but I would love one of those old transistor testers. I have a circuit board that I bought that makes an old tube scope into a transistor tester. Not that I need that ever, but I have, for some reason, I have been streaming since like since 2016. I have not needed a transistor tester until I started doing Eurorack. And now suddenly I need to match up all my transistors. The weird thing this scope does is that at the end of its boot up sequence, there's like a relay that goes absolutely psycho and chatters. So now that thing comes up, says LAN is connected. It does all its stuff. It's back to my settings from yesterday. But even though it has an IP address, OBS, it's the same IP address. OBS is like, I don't know. So if I go to this cam, where their scene is not present, go here. Ah, there we go. Okay, so I have to have it deactivate, which means that flipping from scene to scene is going to be a little bit more difficult. I mean, I guess I could just remember to hit that button, but whatever. What's the cost of doing business here? Yeah, it pops up after a second. But we're not doing anything too scope intensive right now. We're building. 1613 is a neat piece of kit because it has an oscilloscope built into it as well. So it's both a logic analyzer and scope. Although it's not a good scope, okay. But it works in a pinch. Interesting. Huh. I don't know. I like my newer stuff because then I can set up like unit tests and stuff. I trust them a little bit more for the numbers that they give me. Might be the opposite of the way other people treat their test equipment. I don't know. I have an HP that somebody sent in that I need to repair. I don't know what's wrong with the scope. All right, let's do this wire. It's just going to be a big floaty wire right here. We'll get that up close because that'll look better. That'll look cooler. That's what it's really all about. It's not about functionality. It's about looking cool. What's wrong with you? Why would you think that I'd want anything but to look cool? I wonder what happened to all that Drexel equipment, all the HP scopes. Because that was a significant amount of that stuff that probably flooded the market at some point. A friend of mine helped clean out some of their other science labs, and he got a whole bunch of thrown out equipment. Made a lot of money off of that. These are not staying in the same spot for me, are they? I'm not having good luck positioning these wires. Welcome to my wire positioning. Ah, God damn it. My wire positioning stream, where we position wires all day. MLB wire positioner. Tool assisted wire positioning speed hack. Okay, I think I can get them to solder together. Get solder over here without hitting my scope with an iron. That's my fear, is that I'm going to stab this thing with an iron while we're sitting here. I don't know if I'm streaming tomorrow. I'm having kind of an itch to play My Summer Car, but I don't know if I'll have the wherewithal to do it. I know what I must do. I don't know if I have the strength to do it. Let's play My Summer Car. Yeah, GPIB, the multimeter that I have has that, and my Agilent power supply has that as well. And we did a little bit with GPIB in one of my old jobs because we had devices that came in that needed kind of a standard testing regimen. And that's sort of where GPIB excels. You can set up your entire experiment from a file. We had to get like a GPIB like interpreter or something. I love how they're like, we're professionals here. We made our own standard called GPIB that can control your test equipment. It's like, oh, cool, you guys made your own test equipment standard. That's great. So how many wires is it going to use? Well, it's going to use this 14-pin connector, of which we use 4 wires. It's like, oh, okay, why did you do that? Oh, expandability. Yeah, okay. Because that printer cable sure got expanded, didn't it, during the lifetime of old school computers. All those extra pins back then was the philosophy for those kinds of things. We just need 5,000 pins extra just in case. It's like this huge bulky cable. But yeah, back in the the mid 2000s, let's call it, when I was at the agency job, we were jazzed when these scopes actually had Ethernet connectors on them, and they were just computers at that point. The logic analyzer was just a computer. It was just a big computer. It even had, the one that we had was LaCroix. No, not LaCroix. That's seltzer water. I forget, the French whatever made it, and it had a rubber button full QWERTY keyboard on it. Convenient for naming files, but that's about it. Yeah, the Centr. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking of, Octoj. It's very much like the Centronics connector for GPIO. Just this, because it's exactly the same format. It's that center. No, not Lucent. I forget who it was. It's the ones where the contacts slide together when you plug in the thing, and it's got this all the center contacts. Weird. And the big lock on it too, so you know you were connecting. There are some weird connectors out there, and all of them are terrible. I guess I should do these other ones first. These the stereo ones. So I'm gonna bend this at random and hope that I get it right. These are all in the chamber of the speaker where there's a nice large amount of vibration for them to encounter. Yeah, what was that company called? I totally forget. It's a brain fart moment. We would, of course, refer to it by its company name. GPIB is kind of neat regardless. You could daisy chain 32 pieces of equipment per channel. Did you need a, you didn't need a, like an end, like 50 ohm end thing, did you? Most cards had 2 channels, but if you needed more than 64 pieces of test equipment, you might want to reevaluate what hardware. Like, what would you do with that many pieces of test equipment? That's insane. I need an oscilloscope per channel of this piece of AV equipment. That's like telecom shit. The connector style Centronics, even if it's one of the less familiar variants. Oh, so it's still the same thing. Oh, hey, Copper, how's it going? I didn't know you lost internet. Good to have you back. Yes, so it is still a Centronics connector, huh? I thought you'd tap some wires together, get an AT command out. All right, now we attach the output to that juncture of the 3, and we've created a mixer. Oh wait, that was ground. Ooh. All right. Terminator. All right. Yeah, D sub. So Centronics is essentially saying the same as D sub. It's the family of connector. That's really crappily soldered on there, but it is soldered on there. So that means we've got new resistors on the outputs here, and I can plug in normal audio signals, and we can see whether or not we can actually hear that through the speaker at 12 volts. So I'm going to bring the synthesizer back over, where we can make both attenuated and normal volume signals. Let's see, solder, I can move out of the way. One thing about the scope, though, is it gets pretty warm. And there is a high-pitched whir from the fan. So one of my first modifications is going to be replacing the fan, and that will probably take the form of your destructor. I mean, a 40 millimeter Nock 2 is a little small, but the next size up is a little too big. So neither of these, I mean, this one will probably fit. You could do 2 of these, maybe. It is kind of 40 millimeter. It's just a slightly thicker fan. It just goes right there. And then I would snip away the sidewalls and actually attach it with a piece of double-sided tape, and then figure out what the connector style is on this thing. I don't know. I don't know if it's a JST or if Rigol decided to use something crazy. They usually do. How do I get dust off of the screen without? Yeah, see, I touched it. Can't get dust off of the screen without touching it. And then I got a matte screen projector that's going to go on that. But I don't know if that 40 millimeter fan is going to be providing enough cooling air to my scope don't know how much an Android device really needs in order to function properly. Okay, so I want to take attenuated signals from some kind of an output at full volume. So I'll take the sine wave and I'll put that into this channel, the single channel, where it gets attenuated by the one knob to a reasonable volume level. And then I send that into the stereo input. We'll test that one first. Oh, these resistors are like uneven on there. I soldered them kind of like a little topsy-turvy, huh? We'll see what that's like. You guys can't really see the attenuator mixer over here. Yeah, through the very hot amplifier. This one gets very, very warm, and so I'm reluctant to use it. I'm just doing this before we move on from these amplifier boards. We'll try both of them again with the newly attenuated signal and see if we can't. Because this is a 4-ohm speaker, and most of the data sheet of this thing refers to an 8-ohm speaker. And when they do refer to a 4-ohm speaker, the 4-ohm speaker has double the specifications. It should be louder, better. I think we had an input attenuation issue. This is a 2-amp, 12-volt power supply, too. That might also be a limiting factor. The weird part is, when I was adjusting the volume, it was changing the nature of the sound output. And I think the reasoning behind that is that... Oh, and actually, you know what? We should plug the scope in as well, just for fun. So let me get the scope back up here. And instead of using the yellow cable, I'm going to use a right angle connector and both of these as a pass-through. Now, I have 2 more of these cables coming in the mail, so we'll be able to do this with lots of stuff. But this is just for fun. So that goes to... That'll just be our audio signal in between the attenuator mixer and the VCO. That's not the attenuated signal. So it'll be 5 volts peak to peak on this one. And then if I turn on, I got to turn on the synthesizer too. So I'm just driving, Marbles is just driving a rando signal. Oh, it's at 500 millivolts for this one. There you go. There's your attenuated. Slow it down a little bit. Give it a little bit more variance. Well, there it's traveling between waves. There you go, a little bit of bias. Okay, so that's low and high frequencies that are being... This is frequency modulation, by the way. Being frequency modulated. Now we power this thing up. Ah! Okay, that's a little high-pitched. Why does that? So that's leaving behind a squeal. Even though it's very low frequency. That don't seem right. Yep. Okay. Sounds like an Aphex Twin song. Yeah, it definitely sounds like Aphex Twin going on in the background. I mean, while that's cool, while that's cool, it's not supposed to happen, and this thing, of course, is a fire hazard now. So, okay, 220 ohms doesn't seem to quite do it. Now, what if I took the direct? Why doesn't it like that? It goes nuts when I do that stuff. I think it just doesn't like the speaker. Did I damage the speaker somehow? Like, I can hear the audio now, and it sounds like it probably should. Wow, wow. There's the dog. If I were to plug it into the speakers over here, it would be much louder. So I guess this just doesn't work with this speaker. There's no adjustments on it. And this thing's getting toasty. Not as toasty as before, I think. Maybe it will. I wonder why. All right, onto a different amplifier. Since we are using just screw terminals on these, we at least are able to flip this one pretty quickly, although I do need to flip the connector on it too. And we're powering it at 12 volts. This thing goes up to 12 volts. So it is cutting it kind of close, but the thing that bugs me is that although, you know, having a separate output to the speaker with 2 separate wires might fix a couple things. It's like all these guys are doing is connecting the speaker output to the same grounds as everyone else. So it's not like a significant portion of filtering is going to happen from here to here. It's the same thing as if I have the ground connected over at the device end. So maybe this is just naturally pretty noisy. I don't know. These audio boards are not particularly high quality. Let me get some solder on all this stuff. We'll see if we've got any anomalous stuff happening here. I know this is very similar to what we did before. It's just I've got different resistors on it. We're chasing a different lead, and we did it very quickly at the end of stream last time. So I just wanted to double back on this and just make sure that I'm getting everything right so that I'm not leaving a stone unturned. These have been moderately frustrating over the past couple days. This skull speaker has been just kind of a burden. Been very, very annoying. Ground in VCC. Okay. Here's in. I get solder on these. I just don't understand why none of this stuff can power this 4-ohm speaker. The next step is to look up what the regular amplifier is in this thing and see if we can't put it on our own board. Transfer the electronics over. I have little breakouts for SO8 sized chips, and that's the size of the amplifier in the skull speaker. So we'll take over that. I just need to figure out how we're doing volume. All the information should hopefully be in the datasheet. I'm banking on it. All the information being in the datasheet. I know you guys are up there. I see you. You behave. Get back down here. Got my Sphinx face in the corner there. Profile shot. There you go. All right. Who did that? I don't get the alert on the chat app anymore. Why did that drift so high frequency? I guess we had it doing that before. The bias setting. That's gonna hurt. That's way too high frequency. Whoa, I don't like that one at all. Trying to make the scope readout look interesting. Oh, that's right. We're on rolling scope mode. What the? Wow, why did it like totally changed its mood here? Turn off the deja vu mode. This is doing pretty regular triggers. What the heck? So all 3 of these are now just like static. There we go. Okay. So now it's varying. Okay. I had one of the knobs set all the way to an extreme. Whoa, that's way too high. Too much variance. All right, whatever. I wanted to have interesting waveforms running by, and all I'm doing is ruining it. So let's get these soldered real quick. It's just wire to wire to post kind of soldering. Not very exciting on camera, but it's what it's. Here, we'll do a ground post because I soldered it anyway. For some reason, the speaker posts are screw terminals, unlike the others. Possibly the 1 amp limitation of DuPont connectors, but not too sure about that. They just wanted you to change it up. Okay, so... Oh, wow, these are looking kind of busted. Well, I've got like 5 of these modules, so... Got plenty more. Does it smell like burning hair? What happened here? It's getting worse. Oh, the synthesizer lighting on fire, is it? No. Did I hit my hair with the soldering iron? I might have. I don't think I did, though. Might be just one of the many dog hairs that are floating around here, hitting the iron tip. Yeah, I'm just very frustrated with these amplifier boards. I don't know why I can't find something that's low energy enough that will power this speaker just fine as a passive element, as an analog element, and not a digital speaker. What the? Damn it. I moved before it's soldered. This is one of those operations where you need 3 hands. And if you get things positioned just right, you can burn yourself and get it soldered at the same time. There we go. Ow. Okay, great. That was hot. On to the next. And that would be VCC. The other one has to go into the screw terminal. I need more solder on that. This is all like, this is meant for surface mount. The type of solder that I'm using, way thinner than what I would do wiring with. Point-to-point wiring, that is. I bought it. It's half of the size of the solder that I used to use. I have a reel of the right stuff, but I bought this because I figured I'm going to be doing surface mount stuff, so I need a very controllable... Ow, that got really hot. Ah, damn it. A very controllable solder, and yeah, here I am doing big through-hole stuff. All right. And then the speaker output, which is this guy, top one here. Now we're back to the LM386, which should be a speaker driver. It's a very simple amplifier, very few external components. It's the whole advantage of this chip. We'll see whether or not this works with the new resistor values. And so we'll give it the full beans. Oh, that's what I was smelling. Huh. Into the 100 kilo ohm resistor. See how that does under 12 volts. And maybe these things just don't like 12 volts. The other one, I have another board, it's an Adafruit board, and it's 5 volt. Come on. Well, that's crunchy sounding. It's very hard for you guys to hear it, I'm sure. Oh, now it's doing what the thing did before, which is screaming. Yeah, even without me, it's making a screaming noise. Why is it screaming like that? Why are you doing this? That does nothing. I mean, I'm giving it VCC, I'm giving it ground, but all it's doing is making a higher and higher pitched screaming noise, which is very concerning to me. I don't know what's going to blow up next. If I turn off channel 2, I need something plugged in for ground, though. That's grounded to the other thing. I guess I can just do it point to point with this, but... What the hell? That's what we're getting. Why is that what we're getting? Strange. Oh, I haven't scrolled down in a while. I'm missing your chats. Sorry. What are you guys saying? Voltage and polarity? Should be fine. I could double check. I mean, I could just say this should be 12 volts. It's definitely 12 volts. Church just opened down the street months ago, and there's a bunch of people parked down my street for the church. Oh no. If I just remove the header, yeah, I don't know. Was it reversed? Oh, that was a while ago, yeah. How do I open links? I don't... This new chat thing is, like, weird. I have to cut and paste it. My god, it's, like, screeching at me right now. What's that? 63 cent? Which one is this? Pam 8403. Well, you know, these all should have worked just about the same. Well, that's our input signal, so maybe there's something to be said there. Oh yeah, I don't have it on the attenumixer, so if I do stereo plug again, I don't have anything plugged into it actually, and it's screaming like that. I don't know why. Where's the other plug for this? That's down here. Yeah, it's like I can hear the audio through it, but I think it's just what the audio can drive on its own. I don't know what if like something is wrong with this board. I mean, the LED is turning on. That's something to be said. But the chip is getting ridiculously hot. I mean, that's hot, very hot to the touch. So I don't know what it is about this. Let's turn this thing off before it blows up. I mean, I would let it blow up, but it's probably going to take a long time to even start to blow up, and I think it'll just get melty at that point. And although I can hear some pretty concerning noise coming out of it, you guys really kind of can't. I don't think I ruined the speaker. Maybe one of the drivers did. Minus is on minus, plus is on plus. Let me poke it with a probe and see if it suddenly gets much louder. God, it's playing the greatest hits of Square Pusher right now. Really obnoxious sounding. That is messy as hell. I mean, I guess I've had speakers mess up before. It just seems like this is a little extreme. I'm coming in through one channel of this through a 220 ohm resistor, and I've got this board hooked up to its maximum voltage, but we can see if the 4 ohm 5 watt is correct. I need to turn this off. How do I do that? Do that. Jeez. Okay, and then ohms on these, and I'll put these guys on the end. I never thought I'd had so much trouble building the simplest of simple things. This is like my first project. So from here, 30M? What are you smoking? Huh. 1 ohm. There should be 4 ohms in here. When did it have a chance to break the speaker, though? Yeah, short of voice coil, indeed. I'll get the scope out of the way and show you guys. Well, yeah, that's true. Well, okay, let me get the amp out of there. The extremely hot amp. About burning myself. Okay, no amp across it. Could have been capacitors that are charged and stuff like that. Now. Nope. Oh. 5 ohms. When did that wait? It said 1 ohm a minute ago. What was that about? I was about to start to sing the dame 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 da. All right, let's take a look at the other side of this and see if anything's weird about it. Seemed like it was okay though, but I measured 1 ohm briefly, so there might be a physical thing that's wrong that's shorting it out in certain scenarios. Let's just take a look. Why is it that I have to cover everything? You know? In all these projects, I have to cover uncover every single last stone in the stream. That looks really good. It looks like an okay speaker. It's nothing too special, but it looks like it's in good shape. I hate intermittent problems are always the worst. Always in the last merge. Merge. It's always in the last place you look, Merge. Homie. Why would I keep looking, homie? Okay, let's get this out of the way. Okay, so that looks fine. That little extra wire, I don't think came from inside. I know. Shouldn't be getting hot. I know this. Why is it getting so hot? I don't know. I don't know. I'm definitely putting 12 volts to the... Is LM386, like, why am I striking out the LM386? This is incredibly frustrating. LM386. Wide supply voltage range 4 to 12 or 5 to 18. 4 milliamps current drain. I'm going to get one of the other boards. We'll solder that one in. See if that one doesn't freaking mess up. Like a jerk. Okay, let me get another one of these things. Certified fresh. I have had no opportunity to alter this. No holes have been poked in the plastic. This is a new audio amplifier. I just have to get it unwrapped. There we go. Yeah. Nothing up my sleeves. Except veins. Slow descent into madness by the hands of failing audio electronics. M8403. Giant floor standers. Huh. I mean, the LM386 and the whatever the other one is are legendary. Like, they should do just fine. They should be able to power a 4 ohm speaker to have anything more than just, you know, the basic of basic audios on it. Ow. It's a 5-watt speaker. It's like nothing. But it's been killing me. It's been defeating me time and time again. I have lost control. Okay, so in VCC, ground. Let's get solder on the pins, I guess. Although I guess I could just do it like this. No, but if I do that, then the wire's gonna like be way beyond, and it'll short out. 3 watts per channel. They're pretty spicy for how small they get. That's interesting. Yeah, I mean, look, maybe done buying stuff for the stupid skull speaker at this point. This may be the give up moment of this entire project, because this is stream number 3 where I've worked on it. Stream number 4. I feel like I'm pretty much spinning my wheels at this point. It's been a little too much with this specific thing. We'll try a fresh one of these boards and see if anything happens. Let's come on over here. Sit in my lap for a little while. I spin ye up a yarn. Okay, VCC all the way over here. I'm convinced that Americans are not ready for traffic circles yet. My drive to and fro the groomer. To and fro the groomer involved multiple traffic circles in which I got cut off by people who weren't signaling or knew how to operate the circle at all. And they were also very old traffic circles, so they're kind of poorly designed. What they should do is try to fling you outwards. That's just how you naturally go. And if you want to stay in the traffic circle, you're the one doing the work, merging left. Well, these are small. These are like 2-lane traffic circles, and they're glorious if they actually work. Imagine having a stop sign like some kind of a pleb. Yeah, roundabout. Yep, but Americans don't know how to operate roundabouts. Even though we're trained to. It's in driver's ed. But they're done so poorly, it's like specifically on purpose to cause crashes. Yeah. Well, it was nice to be able to get from the groomers to like an Italian market in no turns at all, just driving straight over to them. Why am I... These are like harder to do than the other ones. I'm just going to solder that directly. Of course, that's a guarantee to burn myself because I need a lot more heat on this pad. Been doing audio since I was 17 or so. I'm 45 now, and I have a bit of knowledge. Well, I don't. I don't, and I keep blowing these things up. People don't really understand wattage these days. Most watts do not mean more, better, or louder. Yeah, it's true. That's why the car audio world is a giant meme. Yes, it's true. We call them roundabouts in the civilized world. Go fuck yourself. Jeez. I'm not using the British terms. Oh, you mean footy tooty royal booty? Oh, we call those a wackadoodle around here. Whatever, man. Same thing. All right. So more or less that thing is attached and ready to take 12 volts. Double check. Turn this over to volts, since I'm feeling particularly vulnerable right now in my inability to get this thing to work at all, using systems that should facilitate this thing working perfectly. As a New Jersey driver, traffic circles save me time. It strains my finger. You guys have jug handles. You can't talk. 12.2 volts. I'm going to say that 0.2 volts is not going to be terribly disastrous to the LM386. What they tell you in driver's ed is that you're supposed to go clockwise, like when everybody shows up at a stop sign at the same time. You're supposed to go clockwise, Really, it's whoever's brave enough to start moving has indicated to everybody else that they can go fuck themselves, and they're going first. And then you go clockwise from there. The Pan app doesn't even heat up a tiny bit when blasting tunes out of my workbench speakers. Yes, what the heck? Jug handles, it's more cursed than the traffic lollipop roundabouts in the UK. That's what Texas does. They do the cloverleaf ones, but New Jersey, if you're turning left, you have to go out and around to I smell heat. What's getting hot? Is something getting hot over here? Is it that? Yeah, this is getting hot enough to hurt the wood. I think. That's looking pretty toasty. Or maybe somebody's burning something outside, but I'm more willing to consider whether or not something is burning inside my heart. No, that's not hot at all. That's not hot at all. No, there's no heat inside of this. That's not what it is. I am smelling something, though. And I think that's coming from outside. I think somebody's burning wood, and it's getting in because it's cold out. Which can tend to happen out here. Line up to the Lincoln Tunnel. I haven't done the Lincoln Tunnel in a long time. It's been a long while. It's been some time. Okay, let's plug this back in and see if it explodes. We're still, the patch through's still hooked up, so I can enable that again. Wee 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 beep boop beep boop beep boop beep boop beep. Try to turn the variance on that down a little bit. Maybe up a little bit from there. Okay, so there's a bunch of notes. That's a bunch of audio shit happening right now. First person to stop has right of way. What if they're all synced up atomically? What if it is January 1st, 1970, and all 4 cars have just stopped at t equals 0? What then? How now, brown cow? How now, brown cow? That's a vocal warm-up. All right, let's see what gets hot. They fight to the... Oh, no, that's a shootout. That's what we call that in America. In America. I could pretty much get rid of the skull at this point. But all right, whatever. Chaos and heat. I mean, that's at least doing something. I don't know what that's adjusting, but when I turned it up, it went woo-woo. It's still doing the same thing where if I disconnect it, it goes, ah! Yeah, it does like an R2-D2 screen with nothing connected. Why is it doing that? Does it really dislike operating at 12 volts? Let me see if I got a good 5-volt supply over on this thing. Let's get like a 5-volt supply. Well, actually, let's power it up with the desktop supply. And I'll give it 5 volts and see if it's more civilized. What a bunch of... I won't say anything. North car. How do you know where it's north? Pass it to the left? Oh. I see. I see. I think the stripe was the tip in this one, so I'm going to try that, and we'll verify with the multimeter so I don't blow anything up. All of my confidence is gone. It's gone. Ah, God, it keeps freaking slipping. Okay, hold on. Reach all the way over here, stupid thing. Why is it popping out? It's like it's getting rejected by the power supply. I don't want to try to. I don't want to find the little holes to put the wire in. I just want to crush it. There we go. You got to get everything just right. You make it look like it's nothing, and then people try it on their own. I can't do it. There's so many projects that are like that. Like the whole anodizing thing that we did, where It looked so easy on camera, but it took me like several tries to get it anywhere near right. All right, this thing is on voltage still. We've got a cacophony of random notes coming in. All I can really think of is that our input isn't attenuated enough or too much or whatever. But this is set to 6 volts. Let's go down to 5. Turn that on. And then observe that it is wired correctly. What the hell is that? 6. Oh, it's at 5.9. Dude, there you go. Okay, ground is the outside, power is the middle. We have verified it. So then let us hook this up. LM386, second attempt. Nothing. This is turned all the way up. Oh, but it's not plugged in. Okay, so it's quiet now. Okay, now it's still quiet. I got nothing. There it is. So that's at full volume. This is hard to hear. And we're slowly heating up. But it's still audible. What if I short the resistor? Where's my tweezers? I don't know why this is such a struggle. I do not know. It changes the volume. Yeah, no, that's not it. Turn this way down. Oh wait, no, I don't have that in there. What the heck? Guys, I don't know what it is, man. I didn't do nothing wrong. Did this exactly the way it was supposed to be done. Albeit quick and sloppy, but... Why did that suddenly have? Oh, because I plugged it in and shorted it. That's right. That goes there, and then the stereo comes in. That's a little louder. Yeah, all right, I'm out of... I do not know why this thing is going so crazy with me. It's at 5 volts. It's drawing a varied amount of amperage depending on what tone goes into it. If I bring the voltage up, yeah, it starts to get a little weirder as I'm turning it up. The VCO is putting quite a loud signal into this, so I don't know if that's maybe what's partially causing it to act so crazy. Somehow we get away with it on the other setup. And this thing is super hot. Yikes. So the amplifier board itself is getting incredibly hot too. It has to be me, right? It's always my fault. So what am I doing? Am I sending too hot of a signal into this thing? If I hit it from like, I don't have any other sources. That's the other problem is that I mean, I've got like a frequency generator that I could put into this, which would be really annoying. But you know, this should be full volume. The lower number of ohms, I suppose, maybe making this thing cook a little harder. I don't have an 8 ohms speaker coil on me unless I sacrifice my brand new Amazon Basics computer speakers. I'm really not going to do. That's I'm very frustrated at this. Yeah, Marbles is creating this weird sort of varying frequency thing. Slow that down a lot. I'm at a loss, chat. I don't understand. I mean, yeah, maybe I need to grab one of those little modules that Speedy and Gonad were suggesting, because I think it would probably be better. I thought dropping down to 5 volts would give me a bit of an advantage here, but it really didn't. Let's look up what this specs are on this amplifier, and we can see if we can attempt to move it to its own board where I can power it off of 5 volts. Let me get this cursed crap out of the way. We'll keep Marbles hooked up to the scope just for fun. Just so I got something on screen going on, you know? It's Friday. I'm not supposed to be stressing, but it's got me stressing. I watch this guy on YouTube. He calls himself Oh Bother, and he's completely incompetent. It's great. That's how I feel right now. That's me. That's me. All right, this out of the way. I don't even know about these boards. I'm just gonna strip the wires from them. I could have broken them, but I don't know how I would have done it. Just overdoing the input, maybe. So let's get a little bit of reference here. Oh, we were going to test the VU meter. That would have been cool. This thing works under 12 volts, though. I need everything to work under 12 volts, which may mean that I need to put a 5-volt supply in there, which is another thing to eat away at the current that I'm sending it and making it less efficient and less of a thing that I would like to be able to have sitting on the desk without lighting the desk on fire. Oh, wait, these are drawer tweezers. Use these just to short stuff out. I saw somebody building electronics with a set of these tweezers, and it was cringing me to death. Problem with these, and you know, everybody has preferential differences. My problem with these is that they have very small tips. Now, you may think that's an advantage because you can pick something up and you can move it around and all that fun stuff. But when you have a tiny little pointy tip and you have an object in between them and you squeeze too hard, they will tend to go in different directions. So instead of squeezing like this all the time, and boy howdy do I need moisturizer, but instead of squeezing like this all the time, they will squeeze something and then they'll go, and then that flings your part into the cat dimension. So what I use, and what I do everything with, is a set of blunt tweezers. I don't know what the industry term is. I've been calling them spoon tip. I don't even know if that's right. You can see how busted and old these are. These are like a second set of fingers for me, and I'm able to do all those small parts with them because when you squeeze them, they don't go and then fling your part spinning into the cat dimension. So those are universal tweezers. I do everything with those. All right, let's see here. What do you got for me? I'm gonna get these cables out of the way here. Let me use the FAFO sign to hold these off to the side. I'll take a look at the circuit board from the speaker. Yeah, someone's definitely burning some wood out there. Somebody's having a bonfire in this cold weather where you got cold, rainy, sort of Welsh weather right now. Need to put like a weight under this so that it actually does hold stuff still. I mean, I can put silicone rubber on the bottom of it, but So this is the original speaker circuit, and we have looked at this before. I need to actually get my light over here so you guys can see better. Move the expensive synthesizer away, move this closer. I've had a lot of fun building these synthesizer circuits. There's been a lot of downs and a lot of ups, and that's all to be expected with this stuff. A lot of them have really pushed me beyond my general skill set. Analog stuff is, and so it's a whole thing, and it can require quite a bit of hair pulling in order to get right. That's been sort of the situation that we've been in. This was supposed to be a small support project to the main thing. Building an entire, what do you call it, module testing module was a little bit much. That's a lot of project. That's a lot of like UI stuff that I would have to put together. And while I can do it, I want to actually get some things done on my stream. So I decided to take that Skull speaker, which I had been using as an audio source, you know, so I can listen into the signals that are going on, and improve it a little bit, make it work with modular racks, and then make it so that it was like a dumb Dell speaker that you could just plonk down on the desktop and listen to what's going on. Of course, we have less and less of those nowadays, and technology has moved into the realm of sound bars. Speedy Cat donated $7, and I can't, oh God, it's another link. I got to get that from the other, oh, and once again, chat has scrolled and I missed it. Sorry, chat, I thought you guys were totally static. I'm gonna have to catch up to what everybody's saying. I've been ignoring you guys. Wait, where's the donation? Oh, it's in Streamlabs. I need so many different notifications. I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Sorry, you're amateur streamer. I've been talking to myself because I thought nobody else was around, because this new chat thing doesn't like to scroll. So Speedy Cat, thank you for $7. Science Streams rated with a party of 4. Thank you. What is that thing? Repair, DC adjustable power supply, output line, multi-purpose interface. I don't know. No. I got all the stuff that I need, man. You have no idea how many cables I've got stashed over there. Look at them. Look at them. Look at them sticking up out of there. They're all right there. They're all right there. No, I'm good. I did it that way just so that I could set it and forget it. I dropped 1200 off 50-volt cap the other week, and a leg of the calf went straight in my foot. Ah, that's almost as bad as stepping on the leads. I've had those. They're like needles. The 3-pound eBay ones don't make your wallet hurt, but you drop them on the floor. A pair of titanium. I use pointy eBay eyebrow tweezers. Yeah, actually the hair plucking tweezers have a very precise grip. They're pretty good. 2 speakers in series if you have them, or a 4-ohm resistor. Would that, do you think that would actually, oh, try another speaker on the amp. Yeah, I don't have one. Stick some long cables to add some resistance. It has to be the speaker itself. What's the amp rated for ohms? The data sheet for the LM386 marks 4 ohms and 8 ohms. They say it works for 4 ohms and 8 ohms. This is a 4-ohm, 5-watt speaker. Sorry, guys, I didn't know people were talking. I thought it was very unpopular. Someone send this man some banana plugs. I got plenty! Like my high-end audio gear. My main speakers are, what are those things? The Yamaha 7-inchers, studio monitors, and then I power them with a headphone amp so that I can plug headphones into them if I want to listen to DT1990s. But then I have a vacuum tube set up from Shit Audio that Donald Trump bought me. The ground of my supply, it's pretty clean. I'm going back through what everybody said when I do it on YouTube sometime back. Brought car audio people into the room and showed them a comparison of a 1980s 100-watt audio system in comparison to a new 1,000-watt system. They were mind blown to find out that the 1980s system sounded better and got louder than the new 1,000-watt. Yeah. Okay, let me catch back up to what you guys are saying now. Sorry about that. Good amp. Yeah, I really like the Mjolnir and the sorry, Valhalla and the Modius. Valhalla 2 and the Modius 2. PSB Stratus Minis powered by a Pile audio amplifier. I think OctoJ did the membrane headphone thing recently, or he was going to. He found like a place that makes some super special ones. But that's not quite where I'm at. Not quite where I'm at. That high-end stuff will really make your head spin at a certain point. We need to get closer because I can't see that writing. Planar magnetic. Yeah. I want to build my own gear as I listen. Well, with all the popping noises of you accidentally shorting stuff out while you're soldering it together. Whenever I talk about audio stuff, I never try to make absolute claims of anything. You always say, to me, it sounds really good. And that was sort of where I got to with vacuum tubes. We're going to do a little reverse engineering here. So HT8691R, I'm going to look that up and then I'll start talking about how reverse engineering works for those that don't know. I forgot all of that number. I forgot the entire number between here and there. Yeah, like I really like how tubes sound, and I didn't expect to be that way because, like, boy, they should be able to replicate everything tubes do in silicon. But the difference in physics, I guess, I don't know what it is. It doesn't. Maybe it's just it's that high quality of an amp is where you don't get harshness from the high frequencies when it gets loud, and that makes all the difference. It makes you feel like you're getting closer to the stage. HT8691. We've already looked it up, but HT8691. And you know, it's not, loudness is not what you really should be looking for because it's you're talking about headphones. You should be very nice to your ears at those audio levels. Yeah, there's so much money in that stuff. 5.5 watt anti-clipping mono class D audio amplifier with boost converter. Got an anti-clipping function, filter dash less modulation, eliminating output filter. Well, that's what we see here. We see that there's no filtration on the output. It goes just directly to test pads and then the JST connector, the smaller JST connector. But it just goes directly out, where it plays a Vincent Price noise every time you turn it on. Overcurrent protection. Hold on, let me go back to here. Yeah, and that's where I am, Copper. I know. I don't know. People say different stuff, but yeah, this is the original. So this is originally what was put in place to power it. I'm hoping we can pull some of the parts over and make our own little PCB. But I want to take a look at how to like control audio. See, they always talk about 4 ohms and 8 ohms. 5.5 watts with a 4.2 volt battery. PVDD is at 6 point, I don't know what that's about. And RL is equal to 4 ohms. Yeah, I'm chalking it up to the physics being different on how it's gating the electrons through the not transistor, triode. Catch you on the triode. It's something to do with the difference between a transistor and a triode. In my mind, is what I'm talking about. And people talk like they're super smarty pants about all of it. I'm just saying the physics is different, and I can hear it. And I didn't expect that because I was going to go into it saying, "Ha-ha, tubes are poop," and I'm going to be able to say it. And I plug it in, and I go, "All right, okay, turn it way up. Oh, I like this." Like it was just so much different. Yeah, and that's the thing is I with headphones and with the speakers, I'm going for more of like a one-to-one reproduction of the audio. I want things to be rather flat because the tubes are what I'm using in order to add some dynamic to the sound that I'm listening to. A subtle flavor. So this thing is designed for batteries. Ugh, 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 ugh. Okay, let's see. Boost converter with a filterless stereo Class D audio power amplifier to provide 5.5 watts continuous power into a 4 ohm speaker when operating from a Li battery voltage boosted to 6.5 volts. So I could just give this thing 5 volts and it would be happy. Would we finally be happy? Anti-clipping function, blah, 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 blah. AV amplifier mode is also for HDA, blah, 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 blah. Filterless modulation circuit which directly drives speakers while realizes low distortion and low noise characteristics. Independent shutdown function. We don't care about that. So it's a bit of support equipment here. There's a bit of support equipment. We got a battery going into a battery input, 470 micro. Sorry, I scrolled when I should not have scrolled. You call glizzies tube steaks? I can't claim to call glizzies glizzies. That word came about in the past 4 years for most of us. As close as we are to New York, we still call them hot dogs. Tube steaks is a little much. 4.7 volt battery, 470 microfarad, 10 off, 1 off. Well, I mean, we can see that directly. We know exactly where that part of the circuit is. And that's going into pin 2. So we've got pin 2 right here. And then we've got that coil is not shown. Oh, there it is, 1 microfarad. But that says 4R7, so I guess they must have tweaked the values a little bit. But there's our 470 off. And then we've got a diode in here for God knows what reason, reverse protection. But that's going into the transistor, it's going into the capacitor. So we gotta look at that a little bit closer. And then we have 2 others. Those are going between different pins though. So pin 2, where's all of our other? There we go. C50 is another one of them, and that's through hole or not. They can't commit to either design. What the hell kind of a cursed capacitor has? No, wait, no. So that's our power input, I guess, between these Johns and these Johns. Pin 3, what is pin 3 doing? PVDD. I don't know what, there's a diode, DX, so that's this one, between the different inputs. And then PVDD is over here. That's a boosted supply, I guess, up to 6 volts. And then there should be a resistor between this pin and pin 1. Oh my God. That's probably this here. That's this resistor. So it's exactly what's in the data sheet. We've got exactly what's in the data sheet. Now, our inputs come in on pins 6 and 7. Because transistors, integrated circuits, come from vacuum tubes, we count in a vacuum tube manner when we have chips like this. Pin 1 is marked, whereas on a vacuum tube, pin 1 would be a gap in the pins. We have 2 gaps in the pins. So pin 1 is marked. Pin 1 starts here. So if you have one side that's slightly differently angled, that'll still be pin 1 over here. You got a little D-shaped cut up here, pin 1's right here. If on the bottom shelf, the bottom part of the chip package has a little clip in it, just a little clipped area in it, pin 1 is right there. So pin 1, 2, 3, 4, and because vacuum tube, pin 5, 6, 7, 8. If we had pin headers, I don't think I have pin headers on this one to show you guys. Yeah, we don't have pin headers on it. With pin headers, if you've got like 2 rows of pin headers, you would count them like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So if all your evens are on one side, all your odds are on another. It's vastly confusing. Sometimes you just defer to the data sheet to tell you which pin is which, but on chips, it's always 1, 2, 3, 4, clockwise, that's anti-clockwise, 5, 6, 7, 8. So, all right. Yeah, that was a revelation I searched up recently, but yeah, that's just the pin order number. Okay, so I want to build this circuit, but externally. what is controlling our volume? Pins 6 and 7 are our inputs. So 6 and 7 are here. So this is exactly what's on the data sheet. So that would be a 56 kilo ohm resistor, and then a 0.1 UF, and then a 1K between the two. One of them goes to ground. What the hell's happening? There's some extra stuff happening over here. That doesn't go to ground. That does. No, it doesn't. It goes over here, which looks very familiar like ground, but it's not quite. I don't know what. So, okay, so here's this. The signal input is attenuated in order to control our volume, right? That's cool, being self-taught. Most of the stuff I know is indeed self-taught, but it is so vastly spread out that there are areas that I'm not great at. I then went to school for electrical engineering at Drexel University. So we got some kind of a resistory thing coming in here to pin 6 and 7. There's an in plus and an in minus. So I guess we are filtering it in order to make it, you know, plus and minus. That's interesting. It's differential input. We don't really have a differential input coming into our device. So I guess that's where the offset is coming in. This would be offset, but then we have a 1 kilo ohm in there to create a differential between the two. And then so what we're doing is we are making one smaller than the other, and then we're cutting the DC component so that we're locating it on ground. And it'll blah, 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 blah. What are you talking about? Blame Washington, D.C. government employees who are into rap music. What are we talking about? Wait a minute. Well, I've totally lost that thread. Oh, glizzies. Oh, yeah. I don't know where that came from. I guess D.C. government employees, huh? So glizzy came from the CIA? Glizzy is actually a brightly glowing term. Pin 2, 1 ohm down to ground, 10 nanofarad. This isn't a lot of support equipment. It's just kind of crazy the way that it's being used. It's kind of all over the place. So we could try to build this on one of my little development boards and see what we can come up with. I'll need to find one that I can use to build this circuit successfully with an SO8. But this is exactly what's on the Skull speaker itself. Maybe our only hope is to give this thing 5 volts and just hope. Glizzy is a psyop from the CIA. It was developed in a think tank deep within the Pentagon in order to control hot dog terminology for the government. And that's why I'm selling nutrition supplements that you should buy. Eat so many glizzies, you're going to need a nutrition supplement. All right, so these are little development boards that used to be wildly expensive. They've come down in price. The Glizop. Siglaw. I can't even. It all boils down to nothing. I'm looking for one with a little bit of room for some support equipment on this. Glizzy cart psyop from the Pentagon. See, the problem is if we drop down to 5 volts, I can't run the UV meter. Where'd the UV board go? Oh man, I'm getting a cramp. What, you need Yankee White security clearance to get to the special Glizzy cart? VU01 version 1. CN1 input, VU meter, etc. This thing is 12 volts though. So I don't think the VU meter, even though this thing is a cheap piece of plastic, just for decoration, I think this has to run at 12 volts, unless this is a 7805. L7812, so that's a 7812, that's a 12 volt. Jesus, your father was charged with sedition. What? That's government property. You can get that. You can request that for free. There's a huge, oh man, regulator right here. So diabetes and glucose levels and cramps. I gotta say a word on that. I'm getting real crampy right now. Oh, in Australia. So I need to do this because for some reason, the muscles right here are deciding that they're gonna cramp. And it's probably government beams being focused into my brain. And I should probably watch out for birds outside, which aren't real. But I know that Uncle Sam, Biden, a little light lit up on Biden's desk, and he went, "Not on my watch." "Not like this, Jack." And he flipped it, and now I'm getting a cramp in my side. It's because of my glucose level, like wildly swinging. It's not wildly swinging. I had a sandwich early because of stream. Notice I'm not hiccuping and burping all the time. But my glucose level has very quickly gone back down, and it's coasting. And I'm not getting a ton of insulin, but I don't know, just the course of moving around today, it's just very, lactic acidy, very crampy. This is how I got out of school sports all the time, is I'd say, "I'm having a leg cramp." And they're like, "Whatever, just go," because of diabetes. And so that really worked very well for me, didn't it? Okay, so I need an SO8 compatible board. Now, the ones that I have that have a lot of extra support equipment that can be added to them are SO16. And you can buy these really cheap on eBay. You don't have to buy the brand that I have or anything like that. These can get pretty cheap. That one already has solder on it, so this one's automatically a pretty good... Oh, there's actually a chip on this side. What is that chip? I'll have to take a look. I think maybe that chip is an AT12? Okay, there's the cramp again. Wow, why is this happening to me right now? I'm getting like Charlie horses. Oh, that is a Digipot. It's a digital potentiometer. Owie, owie, owie. I'm gonna hydrate with Dr. Pepper. And while I do that, we'll look at something else briefly. God. Not to be influenced by YouTubers, but I did pick this up after watching 30 seconds of a YouTube video, and I said, "Hey, that's pretty cool. I'm going to throw together a care package of PCBs for Bother. The projects for months. I got some boards I made for software synths. There's this board set for Zinfian. I don't know what that is. Another board set for, Printh, which is a massive software-based instrument that runs on Super Collider. All right, that sounds cool, Speedy. Yeah, catch me in the DMs, and I'll tell you where to send stuff. Sending stuff is kind of weird. Like, I credit the people who send stuff whenever I can and whenever I remember properly. I've had people send a lot of different things in. Mahalo still periodically will send something off of my Amazon wish list, and it's always kind of weird. But the latest Mahalo one was actually a freaking solid send, which is this auto screwdriver where when you press it, it vibrates. No, you press it and it vibrates, and then you twist it in order to get it to go the right direction. This thing is amazing at taking apart things with lots of screws. I'm not naming names, but absolutely amazing. Well, yeah, I mean, usually, like, okay, so streamer versus social, whatever it is, what is that called again? Why do I keep forgetting terms? My brain is, I think, leaking out of my ears today. I keep trying to come up with terms that are like totally common, and it's just failing me. Anyway, parasocial relationships and streamers, right? I just want to make sure pedal assist screwdriver. Yeah, that's the word I was looking for. I just want to make sure that just randos don't get a PO box, because I've had some genuinely weird stuff show up at my door. I want to make sure that I at least know that somebody is going to send me something. And then, of course, my policy on sending things, and I need to make this very clear, is that you are throwing it out. If you send it to me, you'd better mean it for a garbage can. And it's unfortunate because some stuff has met my shop, or some stuff was meant to be sent to my shop, but it was too expensive to ship. And I'm not assisting in shipping. So if you send it, it's just a very elaborate way to throw it out. No guarantees on whether or not anything appears on stream. Now, all things considered, stuff like a bunch of circuit boards would definitely show up on stream. But yeah, clearing it through me is usually the control that I have over that. Because I don't want random weird stuff showing up. There was a time a stuffed animal showed up, and I'm like, what is this? Yeah, and I you know, people don't send stuff often enough. I'm still very small I'm a very small streamer. If it got crazy enough, I would have to get a PO box. Yeah. Also, shipping within the country is the way to go. You know, I've had Finnish people who've wanted to ship something, and it's way too expensive. It's just far too expensive. So this is a $30 accessory. So there's no chance this is going to burn down my house, because it's definitely DeWalt brand, and it's a glue gun. It's a glue gun. But this glue gun is not DeWalt. It just simply uses the high voltage tabs. Glue guns are not particularly efficient things, but I saw a YouTube short showing this off, and although my dollar store glue gun is good enough, this seems to be okay. Opens all his packages in post office because he said people send GPS trackers. See, that's what I'm talking about. I'm not nearly near that level. And if you were to send me a whatever it is, an AirTag, we don't use iPhone here. So get fucked. All glue guns are wireless. Huh? Yeah, and that's the thing, is being able to leave the glue gun plugged in is an advantage. This is a $30 Friday stream thing that I'm pulling out early because I'm having terrible muscle cramps because of fucking diabetes. I've had diabetes for 30 years. 31 years this year I've had diabetes for. And it was in about September that I don't have an exact date for my diagnosis anniversary, but 31 years of diabetes, so. Which are generic attachments that use Ryobi? There are versions that use Ryobi batteries. Yeah. You can get crappy house deleting stuff. Well, okay, so this glue gun, yeah, the glue guns with triggers are good. This one I bought in Northern Virginia in 2008, 2009. I think 2008 I bought this in Northern Virginia. Is there a date on this? FQ138. It was $1. Oh, August 2011. Oh, there we go. I was 3 years off. I bought this August of 2011. We demand you way beyond 30 years. That's parasocial. I have hot glue gun with a built-in battery, and actually the glue gun that I have that's better is a gas-powered glue gun. I have a butane glue gun. That thing is amazing. That's what I used to bring on festivals for repairing stuff. Yeah, August of 2011. This thing has been going... I don't want to say strong. This thing has been going. Oh, I need to change the URL on this one. Hold on. We need to go to chat overlay, go to properties, and then I need to go to Showtime. That's funny. This one's at 4,002. I'm going to make it 6,000. 60,000 rather. So now your comments will stay a little bit longer. Let me go get it. Hold on. Yeah, this will be 2 seconds. I'll be right back. Okay, that nearly claimed my hand. Oh man, is that going to be another injury? I'm going to have to put I'm going to put triple antibiotic on that right away. I'm going to make sure that one doesn't become another big scab on this same hand. Stupid thing. I have band-aids down here. Yeah, I got one right here. Thing about diabetes is that you learn first aid wound care. Get BRB out of here. I'm talking, right? Yeah, okay. All right. So I do have a gas-powered... Damn it! Drop the Band-Aid itself. Hold on. It was under a bunch of stuff. It was in a box that had a bunch of stuff on top of it, including that Nixie tube DRO. I've been meaning to do something with it. Oh, great. The blood all splotched under the clear Band-Aid. Well, you guys get to see that. Sorry. Warning, this stream contains blood. Oh, well. No longer sterile. That was fine. It didn't. The label was still on it. All right, so yeah, gas-powered glue gun. It only cost me the skin on the upper part of my hand. A Weller G150. This is another trigger-powered one that has a little starter here. Oh god, it still has fuel in it? That thing was hissing. I don't know if it turned on. It did. Yeah, hot air coming out of the top of it. This thing's been sitting in a bin for years. Gas-powered glue gun. If you're out there in the field, in a literal field at a festival, jeez. That I think this one was the model for. No, this one was the model for the emote. Yeah, pretty crazy. I'm gonna turn this one off because we're not actually looking at this right now. But that gets hot enough to start gluing like immediately because it's a propane, butane. Turns plastic into magma. Yeah, this is for like the real glue. This is like the stuff that you're holding a set together with. Crazy stuff. Actually, wait, this window should have told us that it was on. There it goes. How cool is that? More than self-defense. This is like worse than using a regular gun. If you were to get, it was like horrible 3rd-degree burns. Yeah, this thing's cool. It's nice. It's Weller, so of course it always works. Covered in dust. I should refill this. I should call her. I should refill this. $1 glue gun. It's been the staple of this channel. Safety confirmed. Yeah. My old job's in an automated glue gun. Those things are crazy. They got like ratchets that put the glue in and everything. They're nuts. Yeah, they're expensive. Glue's on a spool and it just endlessly feeds hot glue until you release the trigger. Oh my god. The ones that I saw, the glue is shaped with like gears and stuff in it so that it can advance the whole glue stick. They're not, yeah, glue gunning gets crazy out there. But this was just a toy that I saw another YouTuber looking at, and I wanted to try it out because it's like, hey, I can use my batteries and actually use them a little bit, you know? Technically, this thing should be getting warm. We saw how quickly the other one got hot. Comparatively, I'm not really seeing anything happening. There's an LED. Oh, there we go. Now we're starting to get... So this is like my new scope. It takes forever to boot up. Long streams of glue to attach two things. When do you need that? I mean, this is like if you need this thing, and like the thing speedy is like if you need to put plywood up like on a set. Set on top of the big box the gun was connected to. It fed through the tube to the gun, so you weren't trying to muscle around 25 pounds of spooled glue. Damn. Yeah, the normal one does take a while. The thing is, like, it's detrimental to your battery life. Your battery life is what's suffering with this thing. But I wanted to try this out and just see how it does. Do I have anything to glue together? What can I glue together? I have other glue sticks to glue together. It's going to take me as long to find something to glue as it would to have this thing heat up. I'm going to add some memory to my scope. You're going to help me, Chad? I'm going to add memory to my scope. That you're literally using the analogy of what a MIG welder is to describe the thing that is used in the analogy to what a MIG welder is. It doesn't work like that. You're not allowed to do that. That is illegal. Oh, there we go. Got a little hot air out there at first. Still a lot of resistance on the glue. This is pretty clear glue, though. I don't know what we're doing right now. This is weird. Trying to distract us from his failure by showing toys. I was cramping. My muscles were attacking me as a 30-year diabetic. So I decided to just break for a minute to show something. Oh, like the MIG spool thing? Can I fix my glue gun with a glue gun? I can. I can actually fix my glue gun with a glue gun. And it's perfect in every way. That only used up like an entire stick. Spider webs during Halloween. Yeah, I shouldn't leave this on. I should turn this off because it's actively draining the battery. But yeah, maybe at some point this thing will be useful. It's just something to avoid undoing this plug. Then again, the times that I do need hot glue, it's nice to have this thing plugged in and just waiting. So I don't know if it'll replace anything, but it is kind of a cute little tool. Maybe I can use it somewhere. You don't even need that. You don't need an Arduino and a 3D printer. Well, I guess, yeah, I guess so. I don't know about the Arduino, though. Those spool guns are very simple. And you just have a control in order to turn it up and down on the side. All right, anyway, I'm putting this thing somewhere. Another tool wall. This thing, of course, is the gold standard. Lighter and bare sticks. I light up a cigarette and then I just put it into the glue stick as I go. One thing that I learned from somebody that works at a museum and everyone else in chat is my method of just pulling up glue stick like this, not the best way. Apparently, just a little bit of alcohol, rubbing alcohol, on the surface of the thing, and the glue stick just pops off. I did not know that. And I've never needed that knowledge since. What is it? The times that I use the glue gun, it's for like interior of something like this, where I'll just tack down a couple wires and stuff, and it's not. I don't need to pull the things off that crazily. It's like being a wizard. So I want to move this SO8 over to here. What are these two doing? What are these two doing? Oh, those are for the buttons. Okay. So yeah, this whole thing is a, I think, Chinese-made microcontroller. We looked it up. We found the data sheet. But it is feeding audio into a differential, and the differential is being created by the capacitor and resistor structure approaching it. So you get the signal, you reduce the signal on one, and then you zero it by putting it through a capacitor, which blocks the DC component, and then the differential is the difference between the signal and the signal that's been reduced, I guess. That's what seems to be happening here with this little structure. This little Jim Jam right here, that's what that's doing. We need to reproduce this on a board, and I need to give it all this stuff, and then I need to give it DX as well as the 1UF and the 10UF and the 470 puff. All that stuff needs to be moved over to another board. So I would probably like to use, although I'm not sure, one of these guys with all this support equipment in addition to the main chip. So if I put the SO8 down on those pads, with, I don't know, with considerable complication, I would be able to create the rest of that circuit, I think, by going from pad to pad. I have to clean this up, and I have to get the digital potentiometer out of here. But then I can make a little floating circuit board that contains the very driver that this is meant to have. Maybe I should just get a fresh one. I rarely ever use these boards, so I might as well just use a new one instead of vehemently recycling things. So what do we got? This one has a lot of area to work. There are ones I have that have a little work area underneath, but I don't think that's going to be a good recipe. This one might do, because we've got the big component and the slightly big component, and the big diode. And that can wire into everything else, and I can use both sides if I need to. You son of a bitch. Yeah, I need to do that here. Our internet is so slow. I've got like 80/70 or something, and it's ancient. Verizon's lowest plan is above that. So, yeah, same. I'm not suffering. I'm uploading to 2 streaming services at once. Although YouTube is mighty, mighty lagged behind. I haven't seen any YouTube icons today. Check to see that I'm actually streaming there. Where's my stream monitor? Let's see. I don't have timestamps on these testers. This event is over. Chat is no longer. Oh, so we're not getting. Okay, hold on. I gotta go to. I have to reopen this every time, huh? Well, there's no chats in there, so I guess that does that one. Testers. How do I get that to then connect? Sorry, just a little bit of little growing pains here. I didn't know. I thought the popped out chat would remain like it does with Twitch, but apparently not. So I've got the chat popped out, and then if I open the, well, no, I shouldn't have to make the plugin again. Reload it maybe. All right, let's get all these windows straight. This is another death by 10,000 windows. Oh God, I've got. Hold on, here, check this out. It's yelling at me. Help! I've got 1,000 of these because I've had this window open for too long. Oh boy. I'm gonna try that, and then hold on, I gotta click through all these windows. We'll see if that then loads. I don't want to have to load in the YouTube URL every single time. Might have to though. No, but it's whatever's popped out on the computer should work with the plugin. Using the arcade tap, where you tense up your muscles. How many clicks is it going to take? Oh, we don't have a repeat enter key? Okay. I would really like to get my browser back. Oh, I could just do that. Okay, that works. How's YouTube ahead? Okay, so what's going on here? How do I get the plugin to see that I have YouTube open? One more. Nope, still not on there. Okay. Plugin, Social Stream Ninja. There's a new version available. Extensions active. Message mechanics. No, none of this stuff controls. How did we get it to work last time? Menu. Hide the menu bar. Yeah, it's so weird that these don't load like that. I mean, if I hit enter on the thing again, is that going to now load? It should load the past 50 messages, and it's not seeing the YouTube. Oh, that's right, because I need to open it in vanilla YouTube. Okay, yeah. YouTube.com @OhBotherVOD, and then I need to open the pop-out chat on the live stream. That's what it is. I need to open it as not moderator. Pop-out chat. And that has its own code. Man, how can I get the thing to do that from now on? So now if I do this, no, not that. That's the Willow view. Nope, that's not the right messages. Well, it should show up now. No, please get this out of here. I don't want to learn more. Okay, last one. Yeah, see, there it is. Oops, I gotta delete that. Doot. That's gonna be there forever. Oh well, so much for that. Yeah, that one goes to my default account. So why is that still on this one? If it unloads that, oh god, it should unload that and then load it up again, in which case my moderation actions are doing nothing in there, which is kind of dangerous. Unless I get it to somehow like refresh the URL. 5,000, click OK. Yeah, it has to reload, and it just wasn't reloading. There we go. God, that isn't. So yeah, the new plugin is great. It works great, but there's a lot of weirdness that I got to get over here in order to get it to work properly. So I need to get this SO8 part out of here, and then we need to start populating components over. And I would like to use larger surface mount sizes. So we'll redo some of the components for some parts of this circuit. It's relatively simple. There's nothing too complicated about this. We're going to use hot air to get the 470 ohm capacitor, as well as some of the other stuff off of this one. Can't believe it's come to this. Here, I can just clamp down on these two. So it's come to this. Yeah, I think changing plans for me would be cheaper as well. Right, free the cable, turn this on. Now let's work some hot air onto this. I gotta get ready with tweezers to pluck this thing off. Where do they go? There. And then we'll do this over the microscope. Chat went to the trouble of buying me the special Lewis Rossmann 45-degree angle tips on these things. So we're going to get the big boys out of there. The diode, the capacitor, the chip, and the coil. All the little stuff I will redo with my own components. So what I'm doing is I'm preheating the board. I'm just getting this thing above the board and just circling it around. I didn't do my whole diatribe on reverse engineering, is that you start with the chips and then look at the circuit that the chip maker suggests. And that's 90% of the time, engineers will just build whatever is suggested in the data sheet. So with the capacitor, I got to get the heat all the way under there, and I don't really want to melt anything. So I need to give things breaks in between working the heat in. I want to get that circuit board up to temperature as well. so that it's not much of a shock when I actually get it up to temp. So I'm kind of circling around to where the two leads are, and I'm keeping my distance as things get warmer and warmer. I'm also pulling a little bit on it just to make sure that I'm not unseating it accidentally. Sometimes you'll scare yourself and the thing will just pop off. I do have more caps like this if I ruin this. All right, there's the cap. Put this all the way over there. Get the diode. There we go. You can see as I've gotten up to temperature, everything is kind of caving to the heat. There we go. Give it a little bit of a break. Let's come in and get that chip out of there. Now, one thing is, if I was trying to preserve this board, this is an extremely hot air gun. I've got it at 500 degrees Celsius. I want to give those pads time to all be molten at the same time. Because if I don't do that, I can rip up a pad by accident. Also, the chip had a huge heatsink at the bottom of it. I don't really know if we're going to be able to do anything with the heatsink. I don't know if we're really going to be able to do anything with the heatsink. Chat was so active before, and now it's totally dead. What happened? Let's see. Properties. All right. Let that cool off. Hey! Looking up fiber plans. You and me both, brother. No, I'm not actually doing that right now. It's happy hour, yeah. Okay, we'll let everything cool off before I try to move it around. I could steal this jack too. That would be something that I want elsewhere. I'll leave it for right now because there's all this other like battery charging equipment and stuff like that that I just don't want in this. So we're dropping the voltage down to 5 volts. I'm going to be using slightly larger 0805 equipment. I have the original audio amp. I have the original coil, the original capacitor, and the original diode. So we'll be able to put all that stuff together in order to make the same circuit that is called for in the datasheet. And hopefully that will be able to get the same audio amp board to work. It just doesn't seem like there's much of a difference between these things. 4 to 12 volts, blah, 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 blah. And then it says RL 8 ohms. Maybe I should have put a 4 ohm resistor in there. It just seemed like it was so off from what was supposed to happen. I don't know what the gain is supposed to be on the input of the of this chip, of the new chip. Push comes to shove, I'll get one of these things. But for now, this should work. Where's our actual page with the data on it? I've got so much open. I know I already missed a stream this week, but I don't think I'm going to be making up for it tomorrow. I think that's just a lost stream day. It was a pretty rough day. Very dangerous day. And we need to get into more of the VCOs. We need to figure out what's wrong with the stuff that I build. We'll deduct it from your PTO, yeah. I mean, like part of it is the lamentations of my online presence not being lived up to. I need to have a certain amount of presence because I'm just starting in YouTube. I'm not a YouTuber yet. I just have a couple videos up. So if I don't go on, maybe I should upload like 5 videos to the channel. That means I'm going to lose subscribers, by the way. If you upload a bunch of videos, they go, oh, what is this spam? Get this out of here. But I need to build up a catalog. So I'll need to go through those videos and figure out like, what the hell was I doing this day? What am I doing? And then write a little blurb beneath it so that I can organize it and then maybe start a project playlist. So those are all things that I need to do that I've been horribly negligent in. Do I need any of these sockets? I need the SD card, USB mini, micro. I forget which one's which. The buttons, actually. Yeah, let's harvest more parts from this thing. I could use some of these parts. At least have them as spares. We don't need to use hot air, but it is more theatrical to use hot air, so I'm going to use hot air. And try not to melt the part. SS-14 is not Space Station 14. It's actually a 1N4148. There's an option to not notify subscribers when you upload a new video. Ooh, okay, yeah. I'm going to be using that, but I don't know what features YouTube has enabled for me because I am so Bush League. They're probably like, why would you want to not notify people? It's like, dude, I don't want to overwhelm. People hate it when you... Like, AV geeks will do this. And it's not that they... Well, that's the bell function, the notify. I'd rather it, like, almost... I mean, I can put them up unlisted at first. But, like, when AV geeks goes through a big archive, and there's, like, 16 uploads from them. Flick the subscriber button. Caress that bell. Yeah. I really dislike all of that. I don't like it at all, but I have to play their game. Does that look melty up there? It looked a little melty up there. It's getting toasty. Come on, buddy. Give me this component. Here it comes. Here it comes. Yes. That looked a little melty on the bottom end. These might not be so keen to be under hot air because they're mostly plastic components. This is where like a board preheater would come in handy. Yeah, it looks like it's leaving plastic behind. These might be damaged. What else? Let's get the 4148 out of here. Those are timeless. Can I get the big connector all in one? This is like the worst attached connector I've ever seen. I mean, those pads will just rip out. I'm shocked that I haven't ruined it already. You really want anchor pads that have vias under them because under extreme stress, the connector is just going to rip the copper off of the board. Gimme. Okay. I got to put that one elsewhere because it's going to be hot for a while. And then this one. Give me this. We'll see. If I get particularly bored tomorrow, I'll either upload or I'll stream. Either way, my online presence will be preserved somewhat, although I'll lose all my subscribers. But it'll happen either way. So I have 3 hard drives that are multiple terabytes each, and they are absolutely packed to the brim with streams, old streams that need to be categorized. I've been doing this for a while. I just haven't had archives, so that's the thing that needs to happen. I got 2 more buttons to come out. I don't think I'm going to save the USB or anything. Point-to-point wire like in the 60s. That's what I'm actually going to do. There is a microphone on this. There's a microphone on this. Wait a minute. What the hell is this thing doing with a microphone? Maybe you can program your own message in, but like, I'm so sick of these phoning home devices. I don't know what the microphone is doing on this thing. I don't think it was voice activated, but they didn't tell me anything about there being a microphone. Like a little trust violation there. When I do wiring on like the prototyping boards, I use wire wrap wire. It's a 30 gauge wire wrapping wire, and I do use it like point to point. This is a skull speaker. It's a cool looking skull speaker that's wearing sunglasses. I bought it because it's hilarious. And then when I got it, it was a Bluetooth speaker that has a full volume sample of Vincent Price laughing at you as soon as you turn it on. Wah ha 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 ha. It's the laughing sample from Thriller. And so that wasn't going to fly. So what I did is I took all the stuff out of the skull speaker, got rid of the annoying Bluetooth chip board, and I tried to put in my own audio amplifier chip. And I failed multiple times. So what we're doing is we are taking the electronics out of the original board, and I'm using the amplification electronics to power the speaker. Pain to work on if you don't have the tool to redo the connection. And like, you know, I use this wire wrap wire to go point to point. And then I do have the tool, but I only use the tool when we're breadboarding something that needs like a little extra connect. You know, the wire wrapping is good to know how to do. It's not necessarily completely obsolete. It's quite useful for what do you call it? Well, okay, in the 1970s, and this is a story that I tell way too much. In the 1970s, wire wrap was used in military radios because you had like a 20-layer circuit board with. You could build very, very dense radios out of wire wrap, and if it breaks, you just need the tool to put the wire back on. You can fix it with a pair of pliers and a little bit of wire and a radio. So it was used quite a bit back then for very dense electronics. And then circuit boards came about, and things became a little bit more spread out for a while, and then now they're getting back together with the advent of ASICs, et cetera, et cetera. The Voyager probes did? Not as memory like in the space shuttle. Not space shuttle. Memory is the moon lander. There we go. The moon lander. Couple strategies here. I could invert this. Okay, now it's stuck. I could invert this and actually dead bug it, and then I would have this big ass pad where I could put a heatsink on. I could put it in normally and just let it get hot like some kind of a monster. I could put down something to act as a heatsink and solder it to that, and then do big solder bridges up to the chip. I don't really know what I want to do. That pin is ground. Is there another ground on this thing? I wish I had copper tape that had proper adhesive on the bottom. The copper tape that I have, where did that data sheet go? Oh my God, I have a lot of windows open. It's all these chat windows. It's ridiculous. This is getting out of hand. Got the moderated chat and then the regular old chat. Why is the moderated chat not on the right? Oh, that one's on the old chat. I guess that one goes away. It's too many. All right, YouTube and Twitch chat, get rid of that. I still need to figure out how to get all this stuff to come up at a button press, because I don't think I'm there yet. Chat. The scope. Oh, that's what happened to the data sheet. I closed it. It's too far gone. What was the part number on it? My problem is when I put down the yeah, see, this is in its own window and I kept closing the wrong thing. There we go. So I did close the data sheet. The data sheet's been closed. It was under another window. Yeah, it was under another window. The copper tape that I get, that you can generally find, they use for like stained glass and stuff like that, And when you apply heat to it, the glue becomes liquid just right away. And so when I go to actually solder to things that I've put the copper tape on, the copper tape just starts moving around. It just starts moving all over the place, and that's totally unacceptable for the stuff I do. It'd be very useful if I could get this stuff, Captain tape, high temperature, very stable, doesn't leave a residue, good temperature range on it as well. Tape, if I could get Captain tape that has copper, that's copper cladded, that would be, I would be over the moon, because then I would be able to tape down circuit elements and solder to them directly. So I have a choice about what I can do next. I can either dead bug this and be in for eternal confusion in terms of what's connected where, enabling me to put some kind of a heatsink on top, or I could do what I call live bugging it and put it right side up. I could just ignore the heatsink and not have to put anything on it. Let's see what they say about the heatsink. What do they say about the heatsink? Our VBAT, by the way, is going to be 5 volts. It says typical is 6.5, max is 7.5. Ours is going to be 5 because they were running the speaker at 4.5. So six to 7 volts, PDD, output power PO, 5.3 watts, quiescent current, 20 milliamps. What do we have about heat? V frequency in versus thud and N plus ratio plus L. Ah, come on, man. VBAT versus IDD. THD, is that power ohms and watts? No. There was so I took a course in college that was all about transformers, because I was motors and controls, and I took a course in transformers, and it turns out V equals IR just translates into magnetic fluxes. And so the matrix algebra that we were using in order to solve circuit loops, we were using then to solve magnetic loops. It just goes hand in hand when you're doing something like that. And at the end of that, there was a brief little aside about impedance matching of various things. And we had to impedance match a system from one end to the other. And it was so easy. It was so easy. And then as soon as I took one step out of the door of that class, gone. Completely deleted. Apparently it was a temporary memory. It was non-persistent. Schottky diode. VRRM of greater than 12 volts. VFM of less than 5 volts. If V... What the fuck is recommended for... I don't understand any of that. Front circuit. 600 ohms. 0.1 F. Okay. We'll basically be making the circuit that's at the top of the whole thing. Boost output greater than 7 volts. The output supply ripple for class D is high. Put Schottky diodes in there to limit it. Let's see. What are you telling me about? Oh yeah, this thing does some stuff with attack and release of higher signals in order to keep it from clipping. It's basically a compressor, which I don't want in there, but if this is what we have to do. Low voltage malfunction protection. No word on heat dissipation, though. There's nothing in here. Thermal protect. It has internal thermal protection. No. When exceeding 150 C, where is it on this page? Wow, thermal protection mode, low state. Yeah, I don't have any word about what kind of thermal protection is typically needed. So I'm gonna try it with this thing just on the pads, and then if I need more protection, then I guess what I can do is desolder it and put a piece of copper. Excuse me. I can desolder it and put a piece of copper underneath it. It's not as good as vias to a ground plane, but no, you don't want to do that. That's too tough to do. You could either flip this over and then put stuff on it. You could solder stuff to it, or you could attach it to like a block or a little piece of a heatsink if you really want to go crazy. Or I could do it like this and put a strip of desolder braid under it. I could use copper tape underneath it, although I don't think it would be stable enough for me to solder to. Oh yeah, do we have another ground pin on this thing that isn't the center pin? Haha, no, we don't. So I have to connect that one to ground. All right, can I do this with copper tape? That's the second question. Copper tape. So let's see. I need my copper tape. What happened to that? That's way over here. Well, you say it's just inductance and reactions. There's more to it. All right, so let's go all the way over here. All the way over here. I think it's, yeah, there it is. Copper tape. Put it right in the window. Oh God, it's cold over here. I have a fan that circulates air within the shop, but not enough. So my hope is that I'm going to be able to solder this chip down and get it to actually stay down. I don't know if that'll be the case. Just take a little piece of copper tape. I'm going to plonk it down in the middle of all this, and then I will cut the ends up so that it doesn't make contact with anything it's not supposed to. You got to use a piece of copper tape to hold the copper tape together. So yeah, see, that's going to cover the whole thing. And I can actually, well, I could leave it all in there, but I think what I'll do is I'll just go to the edge pins with it. So actually, let's get a cleaner end on it. So from there to this crooked line that I've cut. There to there. Squeezies over here. That was supposed to come up clean from it, but it totally bent. That's going to be all crazy. I hate this stuff. I really wish I could get Captain with copper on it. That's a product that exists in this world. Somebody let me know. So mostly I need electrical conductivity to ground, but also this will offer me a little bit of heat sinking. It won't bring the heat to a ground plane, which is really the point of the heat sink, but it will dissipate it a little bit more. And I guess what I need to do is solder down the legs first. I don't want it to wander too much. Now I can see the edges of the pins now in the copper. You can see they've got a little bit of dimension to them, and you can just kind of barely make it out. You need to know the back voltage from the speaker. Turning, it will induce a back current to the amp via the speaker cables. I mean, a flyback voltage. This is something you typically consider too much, but that's reactive. That's a little close. It's a little close. And maybe give it a little breathing room, huh? The pad looked thicker than this. I don't know. Too close. All right, I'm gonna have to shave just a little bit off of it. Careful. 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 Carefully. Careful. Got it. Got him. So now I've got a little baseboard there of copper. And if I take the chip and I put it in the middle, then I can have all the other pads be heat sinks. Or components if I really need them to. Components to ground. Yeah, let's do it in the same direction as on that thing, and that way we can just do... Well, if we did this on the other side, we would have the extra 2 pins in there. Maybe we should do this on the other side, where we can actually sit it in the middle, because it's an even... Yeah, I'm... Okay, even and uneven number is triggering me. I gotta do it again. I gotta do it again, chat. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. This is going to be a lot of circuit board to sink inside of this thing, but I want to get it right, so I'm using the big helper board. I want to do right by it. Of course, I'm moving all over the... Ah! That scared the shit out of me. I'm putting pressure down on the board and it pops out of the vise. God. Anybody else have a heart condition? Do it longer. Yeah, it'd be slightly longer, and maybe that'll help dissipate more heat. I don't know. It won't be as effective as a big ground flame, but it'll be good enough for our little test. Definitely not building this out of scratch. Building it literally out of a working version of itself. Why is this not coming free? Oh, because it's got a little piece on there. There we go. Okay, this might be a little sloppier than the previous attempt. Yeah, I mean, I could extend it like over here and over here. I might as well do that with another piece of tape if it needs more ability to dissipate heat. Right now, I want to just make a clean cut from end to end, just straight down, instead of getting fancy. I could get really fancy with it, but I'm not going to. We're already struggling to make it fancy. I could actually incorporate a ruler into this process and get this straight the first time. I can't even see the edge of those things on here. This is definitely not going to totally backfire and do the opposite of what I think it is. So $5 for 5 circuit boards, huh? It's looking like a mighty fine deal, given the amount of work it is to do stuff like this. Yeah, I definitely screwed it up. So I'm gonna take this, I'm just gonna shave over this way. I don't know if that worked. Nah, it seems like the way to go is to go up here. down. Now it's going to be uneven the other way, but whatever. Whatever. That's way too much separation. That's all knife control is what that is. My only concern is that when I go to solder the chip down, this is going to walk all over the place. Oh man, the copper tape is going to get permeated with solder, heat up to the point where the glue is completely meaningless, and it'll twist over to the side and hit some of my pins. And it is the only way that we have to deliver ground into the rest of the circuit. So I got hands. I can throw hands at circuits all day. I hate that cut. That looks terrible, but we'll live with it. This is very small. You guys, maybe you guys lose your sense of scale by seeing this on large monitors and stuff, but it is quite tiny. Okay, second interrogative. Have there been any YouTube comments? I think no. Yeah, no new YouTube comments. YouTube comments are all just people coming over from Twitch and being weirdos. It does look thicker than that, doesn't it? Okay, well, I think I need a little bit of solder paste under this. There's plenty of flux, but I think I need a tiny little bit of solder paste underneath in order to get it to solder down. That, or I can do... I'll add a little bit of solder with the iron and then remove it with the braid. That is subjecting it to quite a bit of heat. But then I'll have a little latent solder there in order to like partially attach it to that ground so that I know that this is at least tinned. You'll see how frustrating this stuff is in a second. There it goes. Bye. Been nice. Yeah, it's been real nice working with you. I hate this stuff. I hate it. Might as well just have used the solder braid that I was planning on using. That's what happens when you apply heat to this stuff. I suppose I could get it in position and then put a piece of Kapton tape over the two ends, and that'll hold it in place while I do the delicate soldering maneuvering, but boy, oh boy, does that piss me off. Yeah, I know the chip will hold it in place, but it's liable to grease its way up and down my circuit board. Ow, that was hot. You greasy bastard. Get into position. Okay. Oh, now you don't want to move. You don't want to move. Does the guitar stuff actually stay in place? This is what I've been dealing with. This is why I'm like desperately searching for Kapton equivalent stuff. There's also the stuff with the thin adhesive, and I find it does the same thing as well. This stuff is from like the 1980s. This stuff is old. Yeah, I actually have enormous hands, and the soldering is actually not fine at all. Guitar repair copper tape. I'm going to guarantee you that it's not going to be better than what I'm using. Or if it is, it'll be still slightly better. Because I've tried a couple different copper tapes. None of them have the stability of Kapton tape, which is the gold standard. Everybody can steal my fingerprint from that. Yeah, it's so frustrating to have this stuff walk all over the place. I mean, what's more is that it's like impossible to search for the right stuff. The guitar stuff is heavier copper. Okay. Well, is the adhesive the same stuff, though? Like, when you apply the soldering iron, does it start to walk all over you? That's the important part. This is crooked. And, like, copper's not cheap, so I'm not just casually buying tapes right now. Much as I would like to try out everything and figure out what works exactly right, I feel like this product should exist. Something that is as, you know, dead on as Captain Tape and with copper on top. I mean, that's literally what an orange circuit board is. Those flexible orange circuit boards are just Captain Tape and copper. And they, like, decided to pull up the ladder behind them and leave the rest of us in the lurch in terms of being able to have nice things. I'm gonna use hot air on this, I guess, which means I need a little solder paste on these two ends. Although I could just use solder, a little bit of flux, but let's do the dumb thing and I'll put a dollop on either end here. This is relatively old stuff. I'm going to redistribute it, don't worry. I left a poopy on it. That's right. You don't have to make it look good for it to work good. We may have to get under here and correct some of that because that's a lot of solder right there. Let me just scrape a little bit up. I'll get a paper towel. I get some paper towel for this gloopy mess. Dog is barking at people outside. She is probably getting a little antsy in the pantsy. We'll go a half hour more. I'll get this chip down and then we'll take a break until Tuesday again. If I am on tomorrow, it'll be a surprise, but I feel like I need to work on some of my setup stuff and maybe upload a couple videos. It'll lift if you add a ton of heat and for long enough, but for most small work, it's fine. Extra adhesive to keep it in place on some larger work I've done, rebuilding around planes. Interesting. So it doesn't sound like exactly what I need, but it does sound like a pretty decent upgrade from this stuff. This stuff is old. I mean, it's not that great. All right, so something as sloppy as this can actually work out completely fine, although that's going to be annoying. I'm going to have to undo that. But yeah, I mean, it's like, it doesn't need to be totally perfect. This can be absolutely disgusting. And as long as I get all of the solder to flow, this will get into position on its own. That's the beautiful thing about solder paste. So ready for the magic. Get ready for the magic to happen right here as I apply heat from above and bring it down slowly upon this. Now the Captain Tape is going to shield stuff, and it'll hopefully keep our support copper in place. Now as I move down, getting closer and closer, having preheated the circuit board, which is very sparsely populated, the flux in the solder paste and the little tiny metallic beads, the microscopic metallic beads in the solder paste, are going to spread out evenly and coat everything. And this always happens. And then, as the air hits it, it's going to displace it, which is really unfortunate. I need it to kind of stay in a position here. I can't really hold it down. That thing is scooting all over the place. Damn. I should have soldered one of the legs down. I'm going to have to go directly above, I think. That I can just be real careful. I'm going to have to heat this very slowly from very far away, because the closer I get, the greasier this gets, and the more it wanders. Probably mostly because it's sitting on top of a big thing of solder that I need to get hot. There we are. And there's the magic of solder paste. Beautiful thing. Beautiful. Now I'm going to keep heat on it a little bit because I want to get under it. I want to get that full strip. We get our ground connection. That's it, baby. This thing back in the crater will cool off. And then give this thing time to get back to regular temperatures. I'm going to leave it alone for a little while. It is like magic. Where did the tube of solder paste go? Where has that gone to? Why can't I find it? What have I done with it? Am I crazy? Am I stupid? What happened to the solder paste? Freaking do it. Leave it on another desk? No. Behind the soda can. Did I put it in the soda can? No. Yeah, copper tape is really good at doing that. It's just you got to know that if you're heating it up to solder, that glue is becoming soup. I don't know. Somebody decided to use like electrical tape specification glue on. Oh, I put it back into the bin. On that copper tape, and electrical tape is awful. It's terrible at its job. For what they use electrical tape for, which is not really insulating stuff, it's stretching it and sticking it to itself, like holding things outside or holding moisture out of a connector for a little bit. It's okay, but if you get electrical tape above 80 degrees Fahrenheit, it will turn into soup. And I have had to repair so many things that people have dumbly used electrical tape because it says electrical on it. Well, guess what? It's soup. And now I have to deal with this gloopy soup bullshit that you have sort of forced upon me. It's hateful. I hate it. All right. So that's the chip soldered in, and it does look like that flowed. Do we have any shorts? This looks pretty good. We can work with this. I don't think there's any. Well, I guess I could check with a multimeter to see if there are any shorts to ground. We got to trust the multimeter on this one because I can't exactly see if there are any shorts to ground. If there are no shorts to ground, we'll break until we come back, and then I'll finish up the speaker on Tuesday, or before that if I'm really raring to go. If I get real bored. But I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to force myself to upload some videos tomorrow. So people can't go, where are the videos, bother? Because they do that. They do that a lot. Ah! Damn it, stupid vise. I insist on using a Palmgren vise, and I don't have a shelf machined into it. I could really use like a little tiny shelf machined into this so that when I push down, it doesn't, move the whole thing. Terrible residue, but compresses stuff nicely due to the stretch, helping it hold on. Yeah, exactly. But it doesn't even stick. When we had to run electrical cable under a big walkway at a festival so that our camp could get electricity, we had a trench digger, and then we took the two plugs. I don't think they safety tied them. They just plugged it together and did a really good wrap in electrical tape, and that kept the water out for the weekend. But it was for the weekend. It was nothing more. M. K. That's all right. Other side. Overload. M. No shorts. Ha 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 ha. I'm not wearing shorts. Yeah, all right, that works. So we managed to get the chip down. There's still a bunch of very large components that need homes. I have spaces for the big diodes and the big other components that need to go in here. And the question is whether or not I'm actually going to use those spaces. I think I might, which will make this kind of a little bit of a mess of jumper wires to go from pin to pin. But I mean, I can easily drop stuff down onto these pads and have them raring to go. The other question is whether or not I have pins that are on the other side that would be able to hold these components between the pins that they're supposed to. And then I could, I guess, run copper braid across there and there if I really want to. I've got these extra spaces here that could be used to go directly to ground or could bring something from the other side of the board in. Now the other side of the board, what do these pins do? This is a nice little area. I like this a lot. Oh yeah, we have got one over here. So we can do the resistor ladders and stuff here and just connect them across to where they need to go. That's the beauty of these things. All these wonderful pieces of equipment on them. Oh, these are all separate. Oh, that's neat. Some of them are. Some of them go to the same thing on both sides. It would be nice to not use the other side of the board, and that way I could tape this to something. Painter's tape even does better when you need to fish wires through a wall. Yeah, it really does. Electrical tape is it's just an awful excuse for a tape. I would not wish it on my enemies. So we should probably try to keep everything on this side of the board, in which case I have a big coil that we can pop into C, I guess. Let's just do that now. We have time. I'll put some of my components up on here. We got a little bit of time. I ain't got nothing but time. The times that I've used painter's tape, though, it either really works and doesn't want to let go, or it completely fails. I guess I've had okay luck with that stuff. All right, so surface mount stuff like this is just a matter of sliding it into place. So you just, well, focus the camera first off. An ad for used MRAPs? What the hell? Oh, the MRAP. I remember when that thing was new. We shaped the fuselage like a boat so that it deflects. All right, that sounds smart. We also made it 7 feet, 20 feet tall, the size of a house. And it costs as much as 2 houses. Oh, okay. I guess that's sensible. You guys know what you're doing. That's one. And I press down on the top of the components, especially with this big stuff. Get their whole rolls of masking tape and projects. Oh yeah, because you guys are the big wire runs. I mean, I said it before. It must feel like working on the Nostromo when you do those big ancient technology runs of wire and stuff. Is that gonna fit there? I think the diode's gonna have to go there. I'm gonna have to use this giant for one capacitor. I'm gonna use this enormous set of pads. That really should be where the speakers hook up. Well, I guess I'm going to do it here. Where does the diode go then? What pins does it go between? Pin 2 and 3? Two and 3, those 2 pins. I mean, those go to other elements of the circuit. So I could possibly put the diode right here if those are far enough apart. So let me put the capacitor in here. And there's another 470 UF. There's 2 470 microfarads on this. We only had 1 on the board. We only had 1 on the board. There weren't 2 470 UFs. Maybe I'll have to source another one of these guys. Should I put the diode there? No, I'll put the diode. Well, how big is the diode? Yeah, I always back out of using these boards because they're so weirdly organized. I would rather just have it on a perforated prototyping board. Perf board is oftentimes cleaner than these things. That would barely work, so I'm probably not going to do that. Yeah, we won't do that. I'll put that over here. Give it room to breathe, I guess. It'll be a bit of a bird's nest of wires. I mean, this isn't... I could make this amplifier circuit in a very tiny board indeed. If I tried to do that, then I'd mess up, probably, considering my track record with this speaker, and it would explode. One place we had to call in people who had the equipment to deal with the asbestos from replacing cable. That's what Flatulent Gonad keeps running into, these asbestos shielded wires in the New York museum that he works, New York City museum that he works in. I don't know what I'd do. I'm guessing my high school theater had plenty of asbestos in it too. You believe this beard would filter everything out? Oh no! No, 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 no. No, 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 no. This is a big pad. That is a big, I probably could have made that into 2 pads. That is a big pad. I'm a big boy and I need a big pad. Thing is, this calls for 2 470s. We'll have to see where they didn't install one. There's some welders that believe that until you have your first hair fire. And then you shape up. OSHA is not to be taken lightly. There, geez, you think that part's soldered in? Holy cripe. Okay, do I need any other things, buttons, other diodes? I'm looking at the circuit here and it looks like no. We do have a lot of resistors that need to go, and a lot of resistors and capacitors that need to go in, and I'm hoping I can put some of it over here. Filter, yeah, at least then you've got some kind of foam instead of just hair. But I mean, you know, my lips don't grow hair. I don't know about your former boss, but certainly there's not that much filtration material between me and my oxygen. I like my air, and I like it to be clean. All right, so we got the major components off of that board. We've managed to actually isolate the ground pins from that chip. I'm still having trouble with chat. I need to make sure that I'm able to get all the chats up on screen with like a push of a button. So it might be a couple clicks and a push of a button. I need to open my normal VOD channel and then somehow open up the windowed chat in order for the chat filter to work. So I may play with that a little bit tomorrow. I'll probably have to like jump into my 2 chats and just be like, testing. But yeah, once I can get that to work, because I like to have my 1 or 2 button presses, because setting up the stream to multi-stream and setting up all of the Tasmota lights and all of the Logitech webcams to work with the quality above their station, that takes a lot of work. And so I've automated a lot of those tasks, and I need to figure out how to automate some of the remaining tasks of getting my multi-chat to work, which disappears now, which is really nice. It's a really good app that does a lot of cool stuff. But yeah, I've made it persist a little longer. I just need to get it to come up easily, because we struggled with a couple different items there. Same with the scope. The scope I'm loving. It's really, really nice to be able to have. That's not the scope at all. The scope, that's not the scope. That's not how it is. There it is. The scope is really nice. Being able to have it up on screen in a nice quick window. Oh yeah, the other thing about chat is that when we have Nightbot messages, it'll stop scrolling. And so I've got to be vigilant about re-scrolling my chat to make sure that I can still see what people are saying. I'll actually make that window a lot larger. That's better. That's good. Cool. Okay. I think I'm going to work on production stuff tomorrow. Unless I just sit here completely silent with a total lack of executive function. I need to work a little bit on production stuff tomorrow. I might need to identify another monitor. I might need to buy another monitor and put it up here because I'm going to need that. Yeah, if I do, it'll be a super duper, super de-duper, ultra surprise. Nobody saw it coming stream. But I think what I'd rather do with my time tomorrow is upload some videos so that I can populate that VOD channel. So if I totally blow up your YouTube feed, I'm sorry. It's just gonna, I'm gonna unlist them at first, I guess. But it's a non-monetized channel as of yet. So maybe I'll schedule them to come out one a day for the next 10,000 years. Yeah. Rang that blurb and like Kermit and suburbs. Welcome to the death of my soul, the death of an engineer. I'm gonna go take my adorable puppy for a little walk out in the bright sunlight that we have going on right now. It's probably also raining. Yeah, I know, but I mean, if I gun everybody's feed once, then I've gotten it over with, right? And I can sleep, I can finally sleep. But if I trickle it out daily, then it'll keep an online presence up. So I'll probably end up doing that and just schedule one per day and just get those to go out. Barely 20 after 5 and my camera's already went into night vision mode. Is that how you're telling time now? What I love is that Node Red has a node for day and night cycle. Day and night. It has a node for day and night cycle. So if I had control over this whole house, I would be replacing all of the outdoor lights with something Tasmota compatible, and then I would be able to have a Node Red node that just controls it 24/7, 365. That would be amazing. Enjoy the lack of sunlight. I always carry a flashlight on me. That was extremely bright. I shouldn't have done that. Ow. All right. Once per 4 hours is better than 30 at once. I'll try to schedule one a day and see how that comes out, because the hard drive on this machine has a lot of streams on it. If I was able to get all of them up into YouTube, and I can skip around and see what I was doing and write a little blurb about it, and then get them into playlists for each project, I would feel really good about life. And I woke up super duper early this morning, so I'm probably going to do the same tomorrow. So I'm going to be working at this all day. I'll have a pot of coffee. Detect cosmic radiation to tell day-night cycles. You mean one of those light-dependent resistors? I mean, there's also a Node Red node to do it, and that way it can turn on and off complex systems. You can actually make your house smart. Whatever. You know what? I have places. I'm more important than this, so I'm gonna tell you guys and leave you with just one little piece